family.
I'm Damaris Debets, the founder of Asali Bechebet. I started it back in 2022 while I was still in campus, and since then it has grown really immensely. First of all, I'm a Shista. I graduated this year May. The program really helped me with skills, and also Absa has helped me with finances, since SMEs and finances is really tough, but they have helped me finance my business and it has grown. I'm really grateful. I like Absa because they walk with you through the journey. No matter how small, for us, the youth entrepreneurs, we always fear banks because you don't know anything about it. But for Absa, they partner with you, they walk with you throughout your business.
My name is Florence Japon. My company's name is Florama Enterprise. I deal in chemicals. Chemicals for making soap, shower gels, air conditioning, and skin products. My mom started this business 20 years back, so I joined after finishing school. And a friend of mine introduced me to Absa. I opened an account with them. I got an RM who introduced me to Absa Young African Works program. I went to the program. After the program, I was able to secure a loan from Absa. During the program, I got a new idea. So immediately after the program, I introduced a new product named Organics, and it really helped me. I want to move out from the market and move to a shopping mall so that I would sell at the down floor of the shopping mall and do training upstairs. That is my dream. My fellow entrepreneurs, open an Absa account and join the Absa Young African Works program. It will take your business to the next level.
My name is Francisca Schroeder. Fobaska Enterprise is the name of my company. Fobaska deals with stationery items. The stationery business is a broad business, and it will take a lot of money. There was not enough funds to run the business. When I was a student, I was banking with Barclays, now Absa. My personal banker just called me one day. Fobaska, can we help you? I said, okay. He came to my shop. After checking my turnover, I was entitled for some money. I will encourage other entrepreneurs to join the Absa Young African Works program so that they can get the training and benefit from the facility so that it will take them to the next level. Absa, Aiku, Absa, Medase, you've taken me to the next level.
My name is Wambui Mugonjogu, one of the director at Waterline Hardware and Tools. Challenge ya kuran hardware as a young person ilikuwa kuget customer I believe in me. The location Kitengela cause it's a fast growing town. Tunataka ukiingia uone aya wako na kila kitu. Hiyo kuget kila kitu kuna point ilifika tukaona we need finances kustock hiyo duka. Na that's when a friend akatuambia by the Absa hupatiana secured loan. Hapo ndipo tukaenda Absa. We told them the plan we had for our business, na kitu ya kwanza wakatupatia overdraft. We were able to expand the shop. Kitu nanibamba na Absa Bank ni niko na relationship manager. So nikiwa na any issue with my account, she'll assist me directly. The moment Absa kuna relationship manager, anything new that suits you watakuletea.
Can I use my card?
You can. So right now we are doing the tap and pay. I was introduced to MobiTap by my RM. Unapata ni app kwa my phone that customers can just tap.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen in the room, thank you so much for taking your seats, taking your pictures.
One, it's easier to use. I don't need to work with a normal phone and my PDQ machine.
Our hashtags today are Absa, Inspire Me, and Your Story Matters. Please tag us everywhere on IG, Absa Kenya, on X, Absa Kenya. And if you can't find Absa, just look for me and we're good. Yeah? Fantastic. To the ladies and the few lucky gentlemen on the outside still having coffee and catching up, I'd like you to make your way into the room. You can bring your cup of tea with you. Yeah, that's okay. We've got plenty of water for you. And I'm currently trying to get Movenpeak to bring the temperature down a notch because some of us have got personal weather. You know what I'm saying, right? Hey, we're not going to have this conference and not have that conversation, all right? So I would like you to make your way into the room. Let's take our seats and get started. I don't want anybody to say, Absa, Africans, we cannot be late, okay? We start officially in the next 5 minutes. So if you're outside the room, please make your way in. I've asked the ushers to guide you in as well. Thank you.
Beats Music. Wave Beats Music.
Participating and being here, and of course, putting your head into the picture, you do know that you're granting Absa Kenya the permission to use those images, visual or audio made of you at this event for the company's publication, website, social media, channels, and of course, sharing with other third-party publications. You can rest assured any selfies you take with me will end up on my pages, okay? But we're good people, and I know you want to be associated with us, okay? So by being here, you do identify Absa Kenya, and that any contact developed from the images is okay with you. It's very important. If for any reason you don't want to be in a picture, when you see the cameraman, just say, and they will honor that, okay? Fantastic. And now, because we must have a security briefing from Movenpick, allow me to ask William to let us know how this goes. Thank you, William.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. My name is William. I'm the Assistant Security Manager for Movenpick Hotel. So on behalf of Movenpick, I'd like to welcome you all to Movenpick. So this is just a small security brief on the measures that we've put in place to ensure your safety while staying with us. So the first thing is that the hotel has an advanced fire detection system in case of any fire or any smoke detected by our smoke detectors. All our rooms and corridors are installed with smoke detectors and sprinklers to arrest any kind of fire. If an alarm is activated, our in-house security team will check, and if any evacuation is needed, an evacuation order will be given through the overhead speaker system. We do not have any planned fire drill today. Therefore, in case of any evacuation order given, kindly take it seriously. There are directional signs clearly marked exit to lead you to the fire assembly points, which are located next to the main and exit gate. We also have trained fire marshals and first aiders who will also assist accordingly in case of any emergencies. I kindly do not use the elevators in case of any fire. We also have a contract with the AR ambulance in case of any emergency, but for this specific meeting, we also have an additional ambulance for any emergencies. We also have a clinic that operates from 8 to 5, and after those hours, we have a doctor on call. We also have armed police on the ground in case of any external threats. While attending the meeting, we request you to put on any issued badges to easily identify you. We also have security officers just outside the conference hall. In case of anything, kindly just get in touch with the security. Also, please take care of your personal belongings, like mobile phones, laptops, handbags, or any other valuables. For the ladies and gents, we have the washrooms just along the corridors. That will be for the ladies. For the gents, we'll have the washrooms just next to the reception area. Thank you very much and have a productive meeting.
Ladies and the few lucky gentlemen in the room, good morning and welcome to the Absa Inspire Me Conference 2024. My name is Caroline Mutoko. I'm a returning moderator to this conference and excited to be here. Before we do anything else, I'd like Nairobi to welcome everybody else. Ghana, Zambia, Mauritius, South Africa, Uganda, Tanzania, and the Gambia to this amazing conference. Karibuni sana. I'd also like to welcome everybody who's joining us online. They are legion across the region and the continent, and I think a few globally. We are truly in an amazing space. However, before we can do anything else, I want to ask a woman who I have known as a teacher, a coach, an inspiration in herself, to lead us in prayer to bless this gathering. Frida, if you will do me the honor, please come and lead us in prayer. Thank you, Frida. Ata muziki uko nyuma, I will not have one lady walk without a beat. Figure yourselves out.
Good morning, ladies. It's great to see you here. Could we please be on our feet and just have a word of prayer? Thank you. Dear God, we thank you for this morning. We thank you for Absa. We thank you for She Trades. We thank you for everyone that has participated in this gathering and bringing us together. We give you all the honor and glory because we know that we are here because of you. We stand on your words and declare that it is well with us throughout this conference. We declare we are blessed and highly favored because you care for us. You opened a new day for us. We thank you, Father, that you know our needs and you are able and faithful to meet all of them according to your riches in glory. We thank you that nothing can come to us except that which you are able to bear. Therefore, we are grateful because we have the grace to be resilient and to do all things according to your grace and power. Bless everyone who is here. Bless all the speakers. At the end of the day, the honor and glory will be to you. We are glad and we are grateful. Thank you. Amen. I want you to look at your neighbor and tell them it is well with you. It is well with you. It is well with you, dear neighbor.
Thank you. You get that. Fantastic. Yeah, I've got that. Ladies and the few lucky gentlemen in the room, good morning once again and welcome to the Absa Inspire Me Conference 2024. I want to give you our hashtags for today and please use them. Use the app. Are you all on the app, by the way? Use it for questions, for comment, and to connect. I will be back with that conversation. What I want to do is just give you an idea of the next few minutes of this conference. In about a minute exactly, I'll be making room for our host, a lady who carries this conference very dear to her heart. I have a feeling if you knew her personally, she probably fasted and prayed for this. She carries it so closely, you can actually tell by the time the conference is over, a part of her is excited and a part of her is actually gutted. So she'll be speaking to us next. After which, I will make way for Dr. Morogami. She wants to have a conversation that all of us want to have about what are we doing in this space. We're all here to inspire and be inspired. I'm hoping some of us are looking to be inspired. I think what Dr. Morogami will be doing is looking to inspire us. And she will have a panel discussion that I will be more than happy to let her handle and sit over there and take notes furiously. And so will you. After which, my favorite caterer in the world will take to stage. Her name is Esmeralda. She has been away for a while. She's back, and I think she's excited to be back. And that will bring our first session to an end. So ladies and gentlemen, allow me to tell you what it is we're doing today. To the massive audience joining us across the African continent and online, and right here in Nairobi, I am delighted to welcome you to this amazing space. It is historical that we're gathered here. This conference is part of Absa's Women Banking Proposition, and it was launched in 2021. And it is about bringing together powerful women and leaders from around the world. Our goal is to inspire, uplift, and empower women-led SMEs. I saw some very young women in the room, and I'm hoping by the time we're doing our 6th Inspire Me conference, they'll be here, not me. Today we gather to deliberate on business, on leadership, and women-related matters, all aimed at strengthening and uplifting women in their respective fields. Our mission is to create opportunities for women-led SMEs to access crucial information. Because sometimes, how we women talk. When somebody asks you, how do you do that? We're like, And if it was really difficult, you're like, hey. And if you're from Kenya, we say, where? And it is spelled W-E-U-H. And that apparently should tell you everything. But what we want to do is make sure that crucial information is made available, market linkages, business-to-business networking, and invaluable mentorship. And with those few words from myself, allow me to welcome a lady who I call a friend, but I know loves this particular conference like nothing else Absa has ever done. I think if there was no Inspire Me every year, she'd be like, mkana iyo kazi, just keep the job. Ladies and gentlemen, the Business Banking Director at Absa is Elizabeth Wasuna, and I would like you to put your hands together so she can kick us off.
Wow. This is really lovely to stand here and see all these beautiful faces, waiting to be inspired and also to inspire others. So, good morning, ladies and the few brave gentlemen in the room. Good morning again. I'm hoping we had some tea and are warmed up and ready, right? So I'll just do the quick honors of speaking through what I think would be setting the stage for this awesome conversation. And just to say, it's my absolute honor to welcome you to Absa Inspire Me Conference 2024. A round of applause, please. I would also like to welcome our audience who are joining us virtually from all over the world. And ladies, I can assure you, women are joining from all over the world. What started off as an idea in a boardroom somewhere in the Absa 3rd floor, and I remember some of my colleagues being in that conversation, has grown into a phenomenal world-class conversation. And we're really proud of it. I would like to welcome also the people who are in the room, just so that you feel welcome. And for those who are coming from different corners of the world, of Africa, I hope we have received a warm Kenyan welcome. Some of us were sweating outside as we were dancing, but we were really happy to join in this conversation. Today, I'm privileged to host, along with my colleagues from Absa Bank, this important conversation conference. We are all gathered here to celebrate the achievements of women across the region and beyond. It is also inspiring to see so many successful women around the room with different experiences and expertise committed to the goal of advancing women in the public sphere. We are also delighted to have you take part in the conversation, to have a chance to hear your insights and to learn from you about the developments in the business community across the African continent. Ladies and gentlemen, the African continent has a huge amount of opportunity, and it's waiting for us ladies to take our place. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, our theme this year is Empowering Your Story for Growth. Empowering your story for growth. It resonates deeply with our corporate purpose of empowering Africa's tomorrow together, one story at a time. This promise reflects our dedication to the more deliberately customer-centric approach, ensuring that each of your unique journeys is at the heart of what we do. Your stories, filled with challenges, triumphs, and aspirations, are the driving force behind our purpose and mission. The Absa Inspire Me Conference is a cornerstone of our Women in Business initiative that we launched in 2021. It stands as our testament to our unwavering commitment to fostering an environment where women entrepreneurs can thrive, connect, grow through our four-pronged pillars of access to information, access to markets, access to finance, and then mentoring and coaching. Through this conference, our vision is to bring local and global business leaders together to inspire and deliberate on business growth gaps, opportunities, and women empowerment. We have seen this come alive year after year. Last year, the conference was held in Accra, Ghana. Where are my Ghanaian friends? And sisters. So last year we had this conference in Accra, Ghana, with delegates from Kenya, Uganda, Zambia, and the host country. This year's conference brings together women entrepreneurs from Absa participating countries, which include Kenya, Ghana, Zambia, Mauritius, and Uganda, as well as participating countries under SheTrade's hub in Africa, which is Mauritius, Rwanda, South Africa, Ghana again, the Gambia, and Nigeria. And I can assure you, ladies and gentlemen, there's more in the room. The UK are also in the room as well. A round of applause. I am happy to report that over the last 3 years, this conference has united over 8,000 women across Africa, offering them a chance to learn from the mission-driven women business leaders from the African continent. Our desire is that this year, we shall grow that number to reach over 10,000 women. Just a little side story. 2 weeks ago, we were in Kakamega, and we invited a whole room of women. And we thought the number 300 was the maximum we could possibly get in that region. See, 300 sounds reasonable. Guess what? 650 showed up. It goes to show that women don't walk alone. We pull others with us. And we must purpose to continue that journey. Ladies and gentlemen, over the next 2 days, we have the privilege to immerse ourselves in a space dedicated to empowerment, growth, and unparalleled networking opportunities. I repeat that, networking opportunities. It is a privilege that we must not take for granted, because you never know who's sitting next to you. I hope you greeted the person next to you. Ladies, have we? Good stuff. Throughout the conference, we will have sessions on business mentorship, address matters such as identifying right partners to walk the entrepreneurship journey with you, how to be export ready, and how we can facilitate women's participation in international trade, among other insightful topics. The conference is packed with a lineup of inspirational speakers who bring a wealth of knowledge, experience, and motivation. Their stories and insights will not only enlighten us, but also ignite the spark needed to push boundaries and envision new possibilities for our businesses. The networking opportunities here are invaluable. Each connection made is a step towards building a robust support system and exploring new market linkages. As we gather here, I encourage you to embrace this forum with boldness, ladies, boldness, and be daring. The path to scaling and growing your business is paved with risks and challenges, but it's also adorned with opportunities and breakthroughs. Be fearless in your pursuit of innovation, relentless in your quest for excellence, and unwavering in your commitment for your vision. Let this conference be more than just an event. Let it be a catalyst for your next big leap. Engage actively, ask questions, share your experiences, and most importantly, support one another. Together, we can create a thriving ecosystem where women in business are not only successful, but also trailblazers who set new standards and inspire future generations. Ladies and gentlemen, here is a platform. We have brought the right people in the room. As we say in Kenya, shoot your shot. Dare to speak. Dare to sell your business. Dare to ask the right questions, and dare to grow. Let us network, share stories, encourage each other, and reach heights and be leaders in the global marketplace. This is our time and opportunity. To conclude,
I leave with you the words of a renowned author and speaker, Brené Brown. You can choose courage or you can choose comfort, but you cannot have both. Let us choose courage today and every day. Thank you for being here in the journey with us. Let us make these 2 days really count. Asanteni sana.
Thank you. I'm going to pick up from what she said, and I think I have about 10 minutes to do this. We're inspiring your story for growth, which means we want to hear your stories. So before I get into our panel discussion, and of course hearing from Dr. Murugami, I would like to ask my team at the back. I don't have microphones here. I'd like the panel to be ready. So can I have my microphones? However, I want to know what brings you here. Yes, we're inspiring your story for growth. So, incidentally, I wanted to say welcome to the people from Malawi. Some of them are via UK. I was like, I like it. I will mention it. Thank you. I salute you. However, I will come down because my voice carries. I just want to know what brings you here. So it's two things. What is it you do? What's the name of your business? Please, your story matters. And what are you hoping to get from this conference? Coming to you by show of hands, I will do 2 here and 2 here. I found this side of the room very, very effervescent. Are these the Ghanaians? Okay, no, because I noticed you all sat in your clusters. At lunchtime, I'm going to mix you all up.
Wavy music.
Is this working? Yes, it is. Can I dare stop? Okay. Who you are, where you're from, what you do, why you're here.
To all the amazing women in this room. My name is Audrey. SME in Ghana. I'm part of the team that produced
I don't know anybody who works for Absa. Do you work for Absa? Good. You're a baby. Let's hear.
With my
Wavy music.
morning, everybody. I'm Lucille Osman, all the way from South Africa. I'm in the furniture manufacturing sector, and we manufacture bespoke furniture, customization, and I'm here to promote sustainability and eco-friendly furniture. Thank you.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, allow me to get, I love this and I'm going to be doing this all through the segment because Madam Diani, I'm coming to see you and I don't think I'm the only one and as Toshiko said, fall in love. Remember she said engagement ring, commitment rings, right? You can do commitment rings, yeah, and if you want to talk about how to get to the next phase, you need to speak to Dr. Morgan. When Dr. Morgan put up this post on her Instagram on the 6th of June, I don't think she was thinking about it. Be the kind of woman that makes other women want to up their game. You are that kind of woman. Ladies and the few lucky gentlemen in the room, put your hands together for Dr. Patricia Rogani.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning once again. They say it will take brave women Are you a brave woman or are you a wise man? Depending on who you're seated next to. Because you know it changes, right? I'm excited to see all of you this morning. I'm excited to see those who are online, and I want to honor the Absa group, Absa Kenya team, led by Elizabeth and the entire team who've worked tirelessly. I think they will sleep tomorrow, right? I want to welcome all of you who've flown in to be here. Looking amazing, whether you flew in this morning and you're here, or last night, or you came from another county. Welcome. I have 15 minutes waiting to be to share a couple of ideas around business mentorship. And as I was thinking about this idea of business mentorship, I wish to frame it around the context. You see, when we believe that our story matters, it only happens by us finding our voice, and we only find our voice by using our voice. So, what kind of way have you had? You know, I was thinking about this invitation, and for possibly 20 or so years, I've worked in corporate Kenya, and then in 2019, I decided to venture out of the space of being an employee and became an entrepreneur. How many of you have worked in corporate before you opened your businesses? Show of hands. Okay. And then the other ones, you went straight into it, isn't it? You're the braver ones, right? Now, there's something about working and then going into your business, and I had this whole entire team, and then all of a sudden you start your business, and you become everything, right? And that's what really is doing. And then 2020 came, and with it came lots of challenges, lots of clients just said, leadership development is not a priority. All we're looking to do is survive this pandemic. So you can imagine what happens to your strategy, your hope. It was a leap year just like this one. So for me, 2024 is a very special leap year because it wasn't like the last one. Your way, my way. As I walk you through 7 types of people you will find on your way, I want you to reflect about who those have been to you and for you. The first one, a way maker. I'm reminded in 2020, as we struggled to figure out how to move our leadership development work online, I had to overcome the barrier of feeling that I have to see you eyeball to eyeball. I have to see you in person. And it's not coincidental that this is an Absa conference, because I remember we'd had several conversations. We launched one of our programs, the She Rises program, and Absa took a gamble on us to actually ensure 100 of their staff, women in leadership, would go through our program. Absa was our waymaker. Thank you. But you know, it takes one person with one voice to say, let's take a gamble on her. How are you using your voice to be a waymaker for someone else? It could be in person. It could be on your LinkedIn profile that you do a testimonial for someone. It could mean you're in a conversation, socially, formally, and someone says, I need someone to do something creative. And you say, I know Shiro. I know Abigail in the form of pharmaceuticals in Ghana. I know Icon because she can dress us. I know. Who do you know? If you look at your phone book, we can't be those women who, when someone says, you look so good, where did you get that? You say it was a gift. Because you don't want to share. That will take us nowhere. Even if you tell them everything, God in his divine wisdom made us so different that even if you wear the same dress, I wear the same dress you're wearing, it'll look different. Be a way maker. Way spoilers. Way spoilers. I have had many of them. It's just been a couple of years in the business space. But sometimes you can be your own way spoiler. And by way spoiler, those are distractions that come your way that get you so wrapped up and so confused that you forget the purpose of which you started this business. Way spoilers can also be dream thieves. Those people who say, Dr. Pat, why must you write another book? I remember, in fact, I became an accidental author. And that happened during the pandemic. And it happened because of my reverse mentors telling me, you have a YouTube channel, that's great, but you know, a book will be more serious. Those guys are younger, half my age. And I thought, okay, maybe it's worth paying attention. And when the world was collectively getting depressed, after the first couple of months where I really didn't know which way we were headed, I said, maybe it's time to start off this writing. But I'm reminded of someone who came my way and said the second year, you're launching another book. Why? Africans don't read. Africans don't read? Is that us? By the way, part of my mission is that I believe that leaders are readers. And I come from that part of Kenya where that's a tongue twister. Leaders are readers. My sisters, my brothers, what are you reading right now? Hopefully not just Twitter and X. I certainly hope you're choosing books that really make you grow. I see my sister there, Patricia Okello, and we're always talking about books that build us. What are you reading that is going to stretch your mind way beyond where it is now? Because the way spoilers work very hard. And I dare say for every level that you move up, there are some way spoilers. Be aware, don't get surprised. Because I find that surprise and shame are two critical emotions that hold us hostage. Don't be a way spoiler. Way builders. Way builders. I smile when I remember a mentorship group that I joined, and you were paired with mentors. And Wajiko is a prolific, seasoned entrepreneur. And when I was paired with her, I thought, okay, my business is really small. That was 2019, 2020. I wonder why she wants to mentor me. You see, sometimes you look at your size of your business and you think that it can't grow. And you also start shaking when you see the magnitude of the mentor who's been paired with you. Don't worry. Nothing good comes from a big seed. In fact, big seeds for the farmers in the room are abnormal. Are they not? Small seeds, the mustard seed, are the ones that can go far. So I want to honor Wajiko because one of the things she taught me is to be courageous. We would meet and she would tell me, show me your budget. How many of you have mentors like that? That you can trust, first, and secondly, are disinterested. In other words, they are only interested in your growth. They have nothing to gain from it. And I would show her my budget and she would tell me, you must be joking. And I would be like, okay, show me what you mean. And she'd tell me this line, we must think about scaling. You must ask yourself, how are you going to use technology? You must think about how to multiply yourself. How many of us have way builders like that? You know, I am eternally grateful to Wajiko because when she told me to scale, I never thought we could move our business into a digital space. And Rise School, which is one of our digital platforms, was born out of a mentorship conversation. But I dare say there's something about this kind of mentorship, which has accountability, that really makes a difference. You have to be vulnerable. You have to be humble. You can't allow intellectual arrogance, that you're the one who knows, to get in the way. You've got to allow yourself to be redirected. Because if you choose the right mentor, they've seen way beyond you. And if they have the kind of heart I've mentioned, are disinterested, they're not gaining anything from you, they're likely to take you very far. Rise School now has had 150 leaders in 3 years just because of the conversation that started from a mentorship space. I would never have been an edutrepreneur. I would never have been an author. How about you? Who is within you who you haven't met yet? Who is within you who you haven't seen yet? Because for one reason or the other, you're in the space where you're the smartest person in the group. You know, my dad would tell me, if you're the smartest person in your group, you need to change friends. If you're the smartest person in your neighborhood, you need to move homes. But it's not that radical, right? It just means you need to expand your horizons. The fourth kind of person to watch out for, way breakers. There are people who can see your way, they can see how you're growing. And I dare say, as entrepreneurs, way breakers can come in very different ways. It can be the crisis of the pandemic, or it could be a different crisis happening in your sector. But it can also be employees. Way breakers. So be careful. Make sure you have your HR policies in place. As a CEO and founder, one of the things I struggled with the most was finding a thinking partner. Because everything, the buck stops with who? Stops with you. Everyone comes to you saying, Madam, what do we need to do here? So first thing, hire right. But I cannot overestimate the power of your intuition. Have you ever hired someone, a few months later, you're like, you made the wrong choice? And then the kindness of your heart says, let's just give her more time. Have you? Am I speaking to anybody? Yes, I've been there also, and I teach these things, right? So no one is exempt. One of the things I've learned more recently is be careful about the selection from the word go. You know, many times you're looking for specific skills. I'm looking for commercial acumen. I'm looking for, tech skills. But frankly, those can be taught. I think there's some intangibles that make a world of a difference. A couple of them that really stand out for me. Does this person communicate well? You know that when things don't go well, the first thing that goes out of the door is communication, right? So how do they communicate from the onset? Secondly, do they look like they buy into your vision? Would they be the kind who can be your vision bearer? Thirdly, are they loyal and honest? Honesty is underrated. You need someone who will tell you the truth. They'll say, I'm sorry, I made this mistake. This is what I need to do. But I think more than anything, they also need to have a coachable, humble attitude and spirit. If you hire for attitude, you can train for aptitude. But the minute you notice you have an employee who's competing with you, hello? An employee who's envious of you, please, very quickly, do yourself a favor and separate with dignity, I must add, and tell them, you know what? Maybe this situation is not where you will thrive. Do it with dignity and do it according to labor law policies, huh? Because you could land yourself somewhere. Way breakers. Way copycats. How many of you have had your business copied? I could put both hands and borrow a few more. Way copycats are very interesting. I remember early on in this journey, one person who I thought was a friend copying a part of my model. Now, first I was shocked, then I thought I was being territorial, and then I realized maybe this is the reality. But you know what happened out of that painful experience? I realized a couple of things. One, if you're good, you will be copied. Can you just tell your neighbor, if you're good, you will be copied. Recognize that. Recognize it. It is painful, but recognize it. Secondly, don't be naive. Hire an intellectual property lawyer now. Those recipes, Esmeralda, that have your signature, get them copyrighted. That design that you're coming up with, have it patented. Because your intellectual property is one of the things you will bequeath your children, ladies and gentlemen. Those are the royalties that your family and your business will continue to grow from. You know, many times you think about copycats in a negative way. I actually thank God for the copycats. Now, then I was crying. Now I'm wiser. Because I recognize the last time someone, just the other day, pulled a number on me. When I called the lawyer, she said, do you know who these people are? I said, no. She said, it must be someone you know. Copycats are not far removed. Oh, they are not. But is that going to make us hard and mean? No. You're just going to be more vigilant and more aware about the possibilities. As you know, there are some sectors in some countries that have made copycatting their core business, isn't it? And that's okay. I'm speaking to you as founders and chief executives. I see my time is literally over, but I must end with two last ones. Way illuminator. People who shine a light on you, who speak about you in spaces that you have no access to, who will give testimonies about your work, who will brag and say, do you know, she coached me, she dresses me, she. How many ways can you shine a light on someone this week? And the last one, way expander. You know, when you buy these Japanese cars, your radio doesn't quite get the FM station, does it? So you have to go to Mungai, somewhere around the corner, who's a mechanic, and he tells you, okay, madam, you need to put an expander, right? The FM expander is really how you tune into the station you want to listen to. I remember when Caroline was in the media space, we would tune in and listen to her. She moved that platform onto a digital space, right? But I learned something from our young daughter the other day. We were planning to go for a conference in Mombasa, and you know I'm an African mother, so I told them, if you're going to Mombasa with me, you must earn your ticket. They said, Mommy, that's child abuse. I said, not in my house. So at the time, she was 7. So I told her, you know, you have to sell books. So we do this mock sales room in our sitting room, and she sets up the books. She was 7. And I ask, so I come up like a fake customer. So I'm like, hi. She says, hi. Which books do you want to buy? So I say, I want to buy Pause. Pause is my second book. I want to quote from it. So I say, I'll buy 1 copy of Pause. Then she asks me, you don't have friends that you want to buy for? So I'm like, okay, I'll buy 5. Then she says, here's the M-Pesa. pay bill? So I quickly punched my number. She said, could you show me the confirmation? I'm like, okay. Then she's like, so would you like Dr. Murugami to autograph them for you? Remember, I'm not Dr. Murugami, right? I'm like, yes. So I quickly scribbled something. She's like, could you please spell this for me so that we don't make a mistake on the autographing? So I'm like, okay. She's really learned. So we go to Mombasa. We do the conference, and I tell her and her older sister, we are not going back with any books. We carried 200 books. And so I remember I asked her, tell me which quote makes the biggest impact on you. She said, quote number 20. Let me read it for you. Blowing off another person's candle will never make yours shine brighter. And this is not a testimony of my parenting skills, by the way. No. It is that child in your home could be your reverse mentor. At 7 and at 14, they sold out the books. They had never done it. How about you? Which are the spaces that you're self-sabotaging yourself because you think you don't have the way to do it, the voice to speak, the skills to do it? How about you just start? Learn as you go. And when you learn as you go, you'll be expanding the way for yourself and for others. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to encourage you to think about these 7 way people: way maker, way spoiler, way builder, way breaker, way copycats, way illuminator, way expander. In 2020, thanks to She Trades and Phyllis, we had a chance to illuminate coaching ideas on crisis management to leaders across 4 countries because of Phyllis there, because of someone else here and someone else there. How about you be a way illuminator, a way expander? And in so doing, collectively, your story will matter because your story is not one voice, but multiple voices that made you rise from where you are to your next best self. Thank you. Thank you. Now, I don't want you to just hear my voice. I now want to welcome my panelists. And I want to start with Abigail Abara, the Chief Executive Officer of Aid Chemists, flown in all the way from Ghana this morning. She deserves a real round of applause. Abigail is the Chief Executive and founder of Aid Chemists, a chain of retail pharmacies that deliver quality and affordable branded medicine. She has over 8 years of professional experience, holds a master's degree in health management, coupled with a degree in finance and banking. She's also a certified international supply chain manager from the International Purchasing and Supply Chain Management Institute, IPCSM, Delaware, and holds a diploma in management studies. Let's give her a round of applause. Karibu, Kenya. I want to welcome Chris Joki, founder of Icon, as she comes up, and we give her a round of applause. Chris is a founder and chief executive of Icon, a fashion and lifestyle brand. I just passed out in your shop yesterday. And the brand focuses on telling cultural tales through design to the world in the form of impeccable construction and manicure tailoring. Doesn't she look like it? All the while building the continent and its fashion industry. Chris is an entrepreneur, has also ventured into digital content production and promotion to help build up her brand. A round of applause for Chris. I'm sure you have some of your wares out here. Absolutely. So don't leave here without Emma Njire from Aspendos Dairy. Welcome. Emma is a director and founder of Aspendos Dairy, a milk processing company based in Murang'a County. She's passionate about the development of the dairy sector in Kenya to raise it to world-class status. She holds a master's degree in law, in international business law from the University of Manchester. Welcome, Emma. Mukamboi Wakale, the founder and chief executive of Saru Organics. A round of applause as she comes up. Mwakamboi is the chief executive of Saru Organics, a sustainable manufacturing beauty and cosmetics company. Her entrepreneurial focus is on sustainability and the development of a value chain that empowers farmers. Mwakamboi is a serial entrepreneur who has ventured into different industries, including publishing and travel. She holds an MBA and in business administration and finance from the United States International University. A round of applause for our panelists. So I'm going to join them. Celebration for this panel. They say that when it's short and sweet, it's more impactful. So we're going to go right into it. And I want to start with Mwakamboi. Why and how did you start Saru Organics?
Lamenting that he planted moringa in his farm, but he's yet to see the economic benefits. And I couldn't reconcile the two because back in Nairobi, I'm having this from supermarket. It's amazing. It's doing amazing stuff for my child. So why is not that farmer benefiting from that moringa plantation? And so coming back, that was in my shags, Taita Taveta. So coming back to Nairobi, I just kept on asking God, why is it that you allowed me to know this moringa, yet the farmer whom I met who has planted it doesn't have a beautiful story about it. And so I desperately wanted to just solve his story, change his narrative that moringa is actually empowering him and his family economically. And what Saru means? Saru is a Taita name. It's a girl name for a Taita, but more specific, used by farmers when your crop is not doing so well, in the farming, and then the farmer says, add some saru so that the crop can thrive. And that's the same vision I had about saru as I was starting the Saru Organic, that women, we have these hair problems. My hair is weak, my hairline is balding, my hair is breaking. Add some touch of saru love and it will thrive. We say we are home of healthy, gorgeous hair.
Whoa, healthy, gorgeous hair. Thank you. Chris, the first time I saw your brand name, I felt it was a bit of a tongue twister until you told us the J is silent. Tell us a little bit about why you started Icon and what does Icon actually mean?
Right, so like you said, it's a bit, if you see it the first time, you can never know how to say it. So my brand is Icon, and you actually spell it I-K-O-J-N because it's my name, Jockey, backwards. And the J is silent, right? So I started the brand about 9 years ago. I went to fashion school, and when I was done with school, I realized there's not many made in Kenya locally produced brands, especially in ready-to-wear. So I didn't see the representation. I felt, because I love fashion, I loved shopping, but I couldn't find any locally produced brands that I could shop from. And I was like, what if I started one? And that's how Icon came to be. Aside from what the name stands for, which is my name backwards, I feel like the brand has now evolved to actually mean empowerment, especially of women. And not just the women who wear the brand, because that's something I strove to do, is to make sure that women who wear the Icon brand feel really bold and feminine. Not just that, but now it also became the empowerment of the women within the brand. So it's a fully women-led brand. We hire about 40 women, and we're able to empower them, to skill them, and even get them to later start their own side businesses and their side hustles. So that's what Icon means.
Incredible. Her name backwards.
Abigail, I know you just flew in and we want to honor you. You don't look jet-lagged one bit. And I want to ask you how you started your business, Aid Chemists. You know, this is a highly regulated, competitive space. How did you start and what does Aid actually mean?
Thank you very much, and I bring you greetings from Ghana. Growing up when I was about 10, I was born to older parents. So my parents would send me to a pharmacy, and we live in a middle income area. When I see the pharmacies, when I go to the pharmacy and I see the pharmacies in those areas, I mean, they look all nice. But then when I go to the markets and I'm supposed to buy the medicines from there, the pharmacies over there had this, you know, they were not sited right. And so just right from the start, I decided that, okay, I'll venture into this business, set up first-class pharmacies in low to average income communities. And aid means help, yes, or support. So we set up pharmacies in low to average income communities in Ghana. And we are also women-led. Majority of our workers are women.
Fascinating. Do you see the thread? Let's hear from Emma. Emma, Aspendos Dairy in Murang'a County. Just tell us how that all started and what does Aspendos actually mean?
Thank you. Aspendos is actually a name from Turkey. It means a preserved theater. So it's a beautiful part of Turkey. So Aspendos was started more than 20 years ago. We started as milk collectors or aggregators, and then the business evolved into processing. So we process Mountain Fresh brand. Aspendos was actually started out of the concept of bird in hand principle. What is it that is in your area? Often in Kenya, we overlook the villages, isn't it? But in our villages is a lot of wealth. So in Murang'a, it's milk producing county. So it was started by our parents. They started collecting milk, and then we've joined the business as second generation. And what we are doing is to process Mountain Fresh milk and Mountain Fresh yogurt. But we've realized out of that, the impact is beyond us. We are working with 6,500 farmers every morning. We have about 500 employees, and we believe that we have the solution that it takes for Africa, and that we can actually get food security for ourselves and for our people. So our goal is to produce milk that is good for our children. If it's good for my children, because that's what we take, it's good for your children as well. So that's the genesis of Aspendos, to plug into that sustainable development goal: poverty eradication and food security.
Absolutely. A round of applause. You know, this idea of food security and looking at your business from a purpose perspective is really important. Because when the going gets tough, you remember why you started the business and the problem you are trying to solve. Abigail, you know, the pharmaceutical sector is really regulated heavily and very competitive. In Kenya, especially in Nairobi, around every corner there's a pharmacy, isn't it? In every estate, there's a pharmacy. I even wonder how that happens. But anyway, so how have you kept your leadership, your team across the chain compliant and customer-centric?
Okay. So in Ghana, we are being regulated with a 400-meter rule. And yeah. Bring it closer. Sorry. So in Ghana, we are being regulated with a 400-meter rule. Yes, so you can't cite a pharmacy less than a 400-meter rule from another pharmacy. And one of our directors and partner is a pharmacist. So he helps us with regulation compliance. And also every quarter we train our staff on customer service and new regulations, new models, and also health technology. We are also managed by Data Protection Commission in Ghana, so we manage data strictly in our organization. Yeah.
And what about your teams? Because you have a retail, you said it's a retail chain?
We train them every quarter.
Uh-huh.
Yes.
And how did you develop your chain? How many?
We have 16 outlets in Ghana.
16?
In 4 regions.
Wow, in 4 regions. What has been the hardest thing to build a chain?
The people. You know, I won't just say Ghana, but let me just say as Black Africans, the people. It's difficult managing people. And so we have employed health. So we use technology more so that you can look at the other pharmacies in the other regions. So we use more of technology. Yes, that has lessened our burden.
People is a big issue, right? And as you use technology, I'm sure there's a DNA. And later I'll be asking you what the mentorship has been for you. Because when you're building a chain of outlets, when you're building a fashion brand, when you're building a dairy sector really, when you're looking at cosmetics and hair, surely there's some mentorship that got you here. So thank you for starting us off on that idea of people and how you have made sure that you are on the right side of the law, especially because you're dealing with life and death, literally. You know, Chris, when I looked at your brand and I've watched your brand evolve over the years, I noticed you've reinvented yourself. What is it that made you reinvent yourself? And when you're reinventing yourself, how have you done so in the digital space? A space that many entrepreneurs seem to shy away from, many women entrepreneurs. So how have you done that?
So I'd like to say that, you know, Icon for me came before Chris, right? And now I feel like more people know Chris before they know Icon, but it started the other way around. And I was always very interested in the digital space, even starting the brand 9 years ago. I remember the thought in my head when Facebook was coming out. I was like, you mean I can just go on an app or on this platform and I can reach so many people who are not even within the vicinity, they're not in my... And that kind of like really, you know, it was like a light bulb moment. And since then, I never looked back. I said, I'm going to really dive into digital. And even as the brand evolved and we got into e-commerce, because now we have our e-commerce website, and now we're able to even reach customers worldwide, you know, not just in Kenya, not just in Africa, really around the world. And I always make this joke. I say that by the time your business is getting an e-commerce website, you're now a tech bro or a tech sis. So you can now address me as a tech bro. Because now you have to look at what are these tech solutions for your brand, because now you're not just reaching out to the person coming into your shop, you're looking at people who are viewing your site or viewing your products worldwide, you know? And so for me, it's really a way to, how do we have, sorry, hello? Hello? Yes. So how do we harness tech to provide solutions for the brand? So how do we use the digital space to make sure your brand is not only recognized in your area, but outside and even further, because that's really the easiest and simplest way to get the brand to grow further than where you are at the moment.
You come across very confidently. Were you afraid at any point when you're reinventing yourself?
Thank you for that. Was I afraid? No, I feel like the word fear is not something I really dwell on. So what I will be is maybe a bit anxious. I will say, okay, fine, this is an unknown space, I don't know what it is. But then I see people around me who are doing it, or people outside who I aspire to, and I see that they've done it, and I think, okay, if they could do it, who am I? You know, they're just human like me, you know, and I feel like that's something that's really helped, you know, just really coming down to basics and seeing that we're not very different from each other. So if they can do it, I can do it.
Absolutely. And, you know, listening to you, Chris Njoki, it reminds me of the phrase, starve your distractions and fears, feed your focus. Because that reinventing yourself based on the focus of people doing it, then helped you move forward. Let's talk a little bit about this milk space. You know, when you think about the dairy sector and food security, and there's been a lot of challenges in the dairy sector in our country, how have you ensured that you develop systems, you ensure that the challenges that I find many milk producers of feeling the profit motive must go ahead, and so they dilute the milk? So how have you ensured you're above board, you've ensured that you're compliant, but you also remain competitive yet sustainable, especially for the farmer?
Okay, thank you. I think the most important thing that we have to realize that we're in the fourth industrial revolution. So technology has got to be embedded in our businesses. We are also in a very volatile, uncertain, complex, and an ambiguous state. What that means is if you don't check your unit cost, every day you have to be aware of your costings. And I think that's where we go wrong as female entrepreneurs. You have to also realize that it's not just liking your business, but you're actually monetizing on your business. The second thing, we have to realize that the business of today has to be faster, better, and quicker in anything that we do. Quicker and faster are the most critical thing. So for us, how quickly can we get the milk from the farmer and land it on the shelf? So we have processes. Today, our 6,500 farmers weigh milk and it's customized. By the time we are using IT. By the time we are weighing your 2 liters, in our systems, in HQ, we know Patricia has weighed 2 liters. So it makes it very difficult for people to adulterate or interfere with our products. The second thing is, how do you work with your people, your staff? You have to be ready to have that difficult conversation that you spoke about, performance management, checking the metrics, checking what is happening on a daily basis. And that for us as an entrepreneur means that you have to have an aerial bird's view of the business. So you're working outside the business, not inside the business. That's what has worked for us. And to be aware that the competitive advantage is transient. There's nothing that you can say you're better than the others. So you have to be continuously evolving on a daily basis and to listen to your customers. That's what we have done. IT, customers, and just making sure that we are aware of our costings, unit cost.
Powerful. The brand is Mountain Fresh.
Mountain Fresh milk.
So when you're doing your shopping this weekend, you're now clear of the brand you're supporting, right? Fascinating around the use of technology. It's coming across with each of our panelists. You know, when I think about this idea of hair, there are a lot of women who struggle with alopecia. Is that the way you pronounce it? And as CEO of Saru Organics, how do you ensure you keep ahead of the changing trends, the preferences of the beauty industry? I think we're living in great times where the African hair is loved for what it is, isn't it? I don't know about some of you, whether you are in that space where we used to straighten our hair until it smells like nyama choma. A bit, yeah? Nyama choma for our guests is, you must taste that. It's really good. It's roasted meat. But you know, when you used that hair comb, I mean, and we didn't have all these beauty cosmetics that made your hair smell better, but you were willing to walk confidently with straightened hair because we felt that our kinky hair was not up to scratch. Do you remember that? So we're living in great times. I think you're onto something. And so how do you keep ahead? And how do you ensure that when it comes to your business and value chain, that it remains sustainable?
Thank you for that question. So how do we keep ahead as a Saru brand? First, we realize that we all have different issues. You'll come to me because you have traction alopecia. That means alopecia that has been caused by tightening of your hair. The hairstylist who has been braiding or doing styling for you has been a little bit not gentle, I'm sorry, and then that has caused the follicles to weaken, and as they weaken, the hair starts falling off, and before you know it, you have some traction alopecia. There's also a different type of alopecia that is caused by drugs. For example, if a woman is going through chemotherapy, they tend to lose hair. There's also another alopecia caused by hormonal imbalance, which also, all those are different types of alopecia. So as Saru brand, we try to do what we call tailored beauty solutions. As you come in to us, we don't just give you a blanket solution. We want to know, what's your hair care regimen? What have you been doing? What have you been doing right and what have you been doing wrong? Then from there, we can now help you with a hair care regimen that can help solve a particular issue that you have. Is it an itchy scalp? Is it a balding issue? Is it that your hair is breaking so much that when you look at your bathroom floor, you are screaming like, whoa, was that my hair? So we offer tailored solutions. And It was easy doing that in the beginning because I used to attend flea markets. Like every weekend I'm in a flea market and I would advertise on my Facebook, find me here and I'll be able to help you with your hair issues. However, with the technology, so when you go to our website, which is sauroorganics.com, we have a hair analysis test. So you fill in some questions that are able to help the website give you a tailored product recommendation, and then you can go ahead and purchase those particular products that have actually been seen from how you've answered your question, like your hair is straight, has color, has heat damage, and that kind of a thing. And with technology, we can start going ahead and exploring artificial intelligence and augmented reality and see if I use this product, how would my hair turn like? So that's an area of exploration, and we are very keen on getting into that. We are also embracing eco-friendly measures, for example, using energy-efficient methods in our manufacturing process, ensuring we are conserving water. So, for example, the water that goes into heating the mixer, it's the same water that goes back to the tank and comes back to cool off. So we are not wasting water in the process. So such sustainability measures help when you tell your customers the process you go through into preparing the products, and also using recyclable packaging materials that can actually be recyclable. And we are members of KEPRO, which is a Kenya Association of Producers and Recyclers that brings together both producers and recyclers so that our plastic packaging is not a menace to the environment. And one which is our biggest key in keeping up with the trends is ensuring we are doing formulation. I'm the chief beauty formulator, by the way. It's ensuring our formulation is using non-toxic, safe ingredients that can be used for that child and that can be used for even that grandma, because both have sensitive hair, sensitive scalp. So we ensure we preach that message over and over again, creating that awareness on our social media pages so that people can know when you use Saru, you're using safe ingredients, they're taking care of the environment, and more so you can approach us for a tailored beauty solution.
Just look at your neighbor and ask them, might you need Saru? Because all our hair can get better, can it not? Yes, receding hairlines and all sorts of issues that we have, isn't it? And not only for us, for our sisters and for our mothers. I love it that you bring that. I'm about to ask you a question around mentors. Mentors. Any mentorship experience that has really helped you rise? And the reason I asked that question, and you brought up, Emma, you talked about VUCA, volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous. And we've seen that since the pandemic, VUCA has also now evolved to bunny. The idea of being brittle. If you think about how people don't trust, people are very suspicious now. Everyone wants a certainty, and that's why Uber, for example, has made leaps and bounds, because you can track where the Uber is, you can track someone who's taking a ride. So to think about the brittleness of the environment you're operating in. B. A, anxious. We are finding that anxiety is now the new epidemic, right? And anxiety is not only affecting teenagers. I think that entrepreneurial women suffer from more anxiety than even those in the corporate space. If you think about the fact that the responsibility to run your business rests squarely on your shoulders, it then means that if something changes in the macro environment, you have to radically shift your strategy, right? If something happens in your family, you've got to rethink how much time you're putting into your business as opposed to your family, right? So you're always in a whirlwind, so anxious. Then N, non-linear. Problems are no longer linear. So it requires us to have non-linear thinking, the ability to reframe challenges as opportunities. And I, incomprehensible. If you think about some of the requests you're getting from your customers, from your clients, even from your value chain, there are things you probably hadn't thought about before. And so with this new Bunny, then there's a real reason why we need mentors, right? So perhaps I'll start with you, Emma, to share with us briefly a mentorship experience that changed how you look at your business? And then I'll ask each of you.
Thank you. Absa took us to Ghana last year. And I remember when the gentleman from Absa, head of agriculture, called me. He said, Emma, we need to go to Ghana. You need to see bigger women, women who have done a lot of things. And I think out of those experiences, it was such a revolutionary time to just see women who are doing bigger and better things. Then the second one also, I spoke to Absa and told them we need mentorship. And Absa was able to put us together with TechnoServe, who have we've done a lot of training through TechnoServe. So 200 of our staff have been trained. I received mentorship from a company in the US, one of the directors in a big business. They were checking all our costings. And so I cannot underestimate the value of mentorship. I read a lot. Reading books like Good to Great by Jim Collins, Disciplines of Execution have also helped me. Because if I read your book, Patricia, which I will buy after this, it means I'm sitting with you, even if you're not with me. So I've learned to be a reader. I've learned to look and collaborate with women who are doing bigger things. I've learned to be bold. I've learned not to be scared. I've participated in Mercy Achola's sessions, the one she does every year. Yes, so all those forums, if you invite me somewhere and I can learn, I am there. So I've just learned not to be absent and not to be so scared and to overcome imposter syndrome, to overcome myself. Because more often than not, we are too scared of ourselves. And because of that fear, we are not able to achieve a lot. So I have had to overcome me for me to be able to achieve more in my life. Thank you.
Absolutely. A round of applause. Learning agility. Abigail, tell us about a mentorship experience that changed how you view your business and your life.
With me, it will be Absa and then Kosal Foundry. So Absa helped me. They partnered with me. They gave me financing for my business. And then Kosal Foundry, they helped me enter the AI space. So we have developed our own patient app called Momentum, where customers can sit at the comfort of their home, speak to us, or order any medications, and it will be delivered to them in their homes or their office.
That's fascinating. A round of applause. You know, we look at AI as if it's out there, but you can see it's right here, right? You know, I just want to tap onto the AI and how your customers have embraced it or have been anxious about it. What has your experience been in terms of using AI to connect with your patients?
As you know, we are moving into a technological world now. People don't really have time to walk into the pharmacies to ask for medications. They prefer to sit in the comfort of their homes or offices and order it. Before developing our own app, we were with Glovo. And so we realized that people were ordering more of their medications on Glovo than walking into the pharmacy. So Glovo has left Ghana anyway, so it was just right in time for us to also launch our Momentum app. And yes, the customers are really excited because we already have customers on Glovo. So we just switched them to our Momentum app, and then it has been great. They order all their medications there, and it's been delivered to them.
It's fascinating how technology is enabling us in a time-poor time. You know, we are time poor. In other words, there's so much you need to do with your time that where you can cluster some of the things you need to get done and use technology, you're likely to move farther. Abigail, thank you for sharing that. Chris, mentorship. What has your experience been?
So, you know, when you spoke about, before you asked us a question on mentorship, and you were talking about how anxiety is one of the leading, or it's a leading cause, especially in women entrepreneurs. I feel like, you know, that's something I really related to, because being an entrepreneur for now about 9 years, I'd say the first, maybe even 7 years, I was literally a lone wolf. Like, I felt like I was by myself, doing this thing by myself, and it was lonely, you know. For such a long time, I felt like there really wasn't anybody I could speak to, because when I looked around, there weren't many people doing what I was doing specifically, especially in my field. And so it just felt, even with my friends, the people I had around me, I felt like they couldn't really understand even when I'd talk about my problems. And so for a long time, I just had myself in this bubble where I'd just say, you know what, this is my goal, just shut out everything and just go, 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 you know? And it's not until, you know, I started now getting into forums like this, and Absa has been a big facilitator as well. Just coming into a lot of these events where you interact with like-minded women, like-minded people, and slowly I started opening up. I'm still not to the mentor level, I'll tell you, because again, I still have that, you know, fear of who's this person I'm bringing into, you know, this baby, because you really feel like your business is your baby, and that's how I feel. But I'm able to at least interact with a lot of women who now, we have the same visions for our brands and we're building the same. And so I can say now is when I'm really just getting comfortable opening up. And I think just being able to see what other brands are able to do with their mentorship experience is something that I'm learning from. Yeah.
Thank you so much for being vulnerable. And you know, it connects with what Emma said earlier. There are the different phases of mentorship. Some of us are the phase where you'll be mentored by an author, a podcaster, a coach, someone you don't even meet. You just watch them, listen to them, read their work, and you do that religiously such that you imbue the lessons that they're teaching you and you put them into practice. That's okay. And then you move to the next stage where you're in a space like this and you're looking around, you know what it is you want, and you start to ask yourself, how can I help someone and how can they help me? Because it needs to be a bit of a dance. And then you get to the one that I say it's almost like PhD level mentorship, where you are vulnerable and you're accountable to someone. And that requires time, and you need to make sure that you're both trustworthy. So wherever you are in the mentorship journey and supported by Absa and the frameworks that they give and the funding, I suggest make a choice to start your mentorship journey. Wherever you are, it'll move you forward. And so that brings me to you, Makamboi, mentorship in the space that you're developing and the sustainable brand that you're growing. What has your experience been like?
Interesting. I used to be very quiet and just preferring my own space. And then when I started business, I realized I can't sell from my cocoon. I've just got to get out there. And there was this message that I would always see, you know, your network is your net worth. And so I realized, you know, I've got to overcome this fear. I've got to overcome whatever it is that makes me want to stay behind closed doors and all that. And luckily for me, during that particular season, which is 2019-2020, there was a conversation called Candid Conversations. It's still there. And that was my very first platform of me going to that event and trying to connect with people, trying to connect with other business leaders. I can remember speaking to Patricia, Pat Okello that is, and asking her, can I bring some of my products so that people in the forum, you know, samples of the products they can go use, and because it was a very new brand, nobody knows it, nobody knows Mkambwe, so I needed an avenue, and Patricia was kind enough to give me that avenue. She allowed me to come with my samples, and through that I started connecting with people who became my mentors, and some of the doors that opened for me, like me getting to Super Cosmetics was because of a mentor. Me getting to True Cosmetics was because of a mentor. Getting to Good Life Pharmacy was because of a mentor. These are doors that would have not have opened if I didn't seek that mentorship. And I sought it, I went for it, and even today I'm a lifelong learner. I've been into the She Star Academy by Absa, I've been to our programs, I've done so many mentorship programs that I feel this is going to enhance my growth, this is going to grow my network, and I keep learning.
Wow. I know that some of us are online, and I'm looking forward to a question or two from those who are online and you in the room, so get your questions ready. I really want to honor you as I get to my last question to you, because you are also shedding light. We talked about way illuminators, right? So you shed light, Emma, on Mercy. I think I saw Mercy somewhere. And you've shed light on Pat, and I see Pat there. So mention people's names in rooms, whether they're there or not. That's how you elevate each other. So as we welcome your questions in a few moments, I want to leave you with one question. What's one piece of advice, Mwakamboi, you've learned painfully that inspires you?
Okay, that's a little bit difficult, but I'll try. One piece of advice, I can remember in 2020, that's during the COVID-19 season, the lockdown season, one Flora Mutahi opened up a mentorship planning thing about manufacturers, women in manufacturing. And so I applied for it and I got in. And through her story, she shared to us how she was able to do delegation, like be able to hire and that kind of a thing. And I was in that stage of the business where I was everything. I'm the messenger, I'm the secretary, I'm the delivery person, I'm the formulator. Basically, everything was revolving around me. And part of that was because I didn't feel like somebody else would probably do the job the way I want it to be done, so I had that fear. Secondly, I also had the fear that somebody will come and steal my formulations. I had that fear. And that also thought the business might not be able to give a decent salary. All right. So through going that course with Flora, she showed us the power of delegation and how it can help us. And immediately after that course, unfortunately, my body could not take anymore, and I was forced on bed rest for the entire of 2021. And even when I tried to forgo, like, say, maybe this doctor is not so serious, I was still forced back again. And I had no option than to delegate from my bed and through phone calls and everything. And what I thought that things would fall apart, actually that's the first year that we made over $6,000 in annual revenues, and only because I let other people come in, I trusted them. Yes, there was a little bit of, fall here and there, but I started looking at it in a different perspective where I'm sowing a seed. Let that person who passed through me say, because I worked in Saru, I'm able to do this and this and that, and I calmed away my fears. So yeah, that's how mentorship with that particular question, led me to learn.
It's incredible. We'll talk about self-employment and entrepreneurship tied to that in a moment. Thank you for being vulnerable. I hope you're feeling much better since then. Chris, what's one surprising lesson that inspires your growth forward?
So, one surprising lesson, let's see. I'd say for me it would have to be how Icon has evolved for me as the founder, right? Because when I was starting the brand 9 years ago, I knew I wanted it to be a made in Kenya brand. I knew I wanted it to be women's wear. And I knew I just wanted women to have like nice clothes to wear that made them feel confident and sexy and bold, I knew all of that. And so I had that down pat. And so I started the brand, and then 2 years, 3 years down the line, I realized this brand, not only is it helping the people we're dressing, but I'm actually helping another demographic of women who are joining the brand, who had no skills whatsoever. They had probably not even a basic high school education, and they're coming into Icon, learning new skills, learning even managerial skills, and they're not only able to upskill, but then they also get this in-house financial fund where they can grow their money and then later invest and buy some tools that help them start their own side businesses. And I'm able to even train them on how to run those small businesses. And that for me is like something I never ever expected. I just thought I'm gonna have a cool brand with cool clothes and it's gonna be funky and we're gonna be all over Africa. And so that's the one thing now I've seen how the brand has shifted to where I'm now even training the people within the Icon brand to sort of become like me, and I'm like, now we can be more Chris's with more brands and made in Kenya and made in Africa, made locally. And for me, it's just something I'm like, every day I wake up, I'm like, yeah, let's do more of that. Let's do that.
Absolutely. A round of applause for Chris. Multiplier effect. Abigail, you know, we just got, as Breakthrough, my company, we just got into West Africa for the first time this year. And our host country is a client in Ghana. And one of the things that has surprised me about the Women in Leadership program we are running there is the humility and the hunger to learn. And so when I saw your name as one of my panelists, I was excited because I find that the learning agility is very high there. What's one habit that keeps you inspired, learning and growing, especially during tough seasons in life and business?
Okay. For me personally, it's a positive mindset. And then the fact that I do not want to give up. Resilience. And I pick that from my late mom. So I always keep a positive mindset. I am not giving up. I know where I'm going. I am not listening to anybody. I am focused and I am driven as well.
Absolutely. The power of your mindset and your heart set will shift everything. Thank you, Abigail. Emma, as I wait for one question from the room and one online, how do you inspire yourself to keep your business sustainable despite the challenges in the dairy sector?
I think for me, I've learned to take care of my skill set. From a background of being a lawyer, I had no business training whatsoever. So I've learned to read books around business. I've gone back to school to do an MBA, to learn more and to understand myself more. But I've also learned to overcome myself so that I can believe in myself and not to be afraid of asking for help. That's what has helped me in the business, and to trust staff and to work with people who are better than me in the organization. So for example, get the best you can in finance and in quality, and just to trust the people around you. That's what has worked for us.
So true. A round of applause for Emma. Any question from the audience?
Yes, I'm looking for a question from the audience as I wait for one from the online community. Anyone in the audience? Yes, ma'am. South Africa? You're wearing it boldly. I will need you to stand. The camera crew said if you don't stand, they don't get good shots of you. All right?
Good morning, ladies. Thank you, panel, for the amazing delivery. My question is to anyone that's willing to answer. My name is Refilwe. I'm representing a company called Lolux, also in the natural hair care industry. So my question is this. There's a boom with regards to an increase of women entrepreneurs, especially in, your markets that have not been, sort of exploited by women. So because there's so many of us entering, my question is, have you ever thought of, or do you employ strategies that allow for strategic alliances? Because I feel like we're all going the same way, but we're sort of going alone. So how do we get to that point where I can be in South Africa, but I can work with somebody in Ghana, even though we're doing the same thing, but to get a bigger share of the market and even obviously exploit other markets all over the world? So basically, what is your feel and thought, and have you tapped into strategic alliances, especially focusing on, African women working together towards the common goal? Thank you.
What a great question. Who would like to take a shot at it?
Brilliant question, but tough question.
Okay, great. Emma, welcome.
I'm such a believer that you have to stand on the shoulders of giants, and you have to look for people who are going to propel your business to the next level. One of it for us has been working with supermarkets. If you go to Naivas, the Naivas brand is our brand. We process the Naivas brand. And if you're not willing to collaborate and to work with people, even in terms of developing your skills and growing your business, it's going to be very difficult. So collaboration is the new word. And without collaboration, we will not grow faster and better. So you have to stand on the shoulders of giants, be it suppliers, be it people who are better than you. I've learned that strategic alliances is the new buzzword. Without strategic alliances, we will keep our businesses smaller and will not be able to evolve and will not be the answer to economic empowerment for our continent.
Brilliant, thank you. Which brings me to something I said earlier. At some point, I want to mix you all up. All of you sitting here, Ghana, Mauritius. You got to collaborate. A question from online, it's Emily Ayega. Emily, thank you. She says, how was the starting journey like? Any one of you can take this. What can they advise anyone starting? How to start? No, how do you start? It's a big deal. It's a big deal. Any one of you can take that one. You want to take it? Thank you.
All right, so how to start? And I'm coming from that place where there was no much funding. So I couldn't say, oh, I have saved some money here, so let me take this money so that I can start a business. I was actually an accidental entrepreneur. Like I said before, I was trying to figure out how can I help this farmer. So if there's that thing in your heart that is really burning, you know, something you can't really keep off your mind when you go to sleep, is that one thing that is disturbing you, then that's enough fuel for you to start. You don't even need that capital. You know something about money that I've come to learn in the years of business that I've been, this is our 6th year, is that when you create value, money will automatically follow you.
Here, here. Here, here. Chris, do you want to add to that?
Yes, so the how to start one is, it's a big one because I know exactly the feeling, and I think we had the same experience. You know, you start out and you don't have funding, you don't have much. But what I would say is, if you're trying to start a business right now, I think you need to just be as lean as possible. Don't think about, oh my gosh, who can give me money? What can I do? Try and use all of the free sources you can find. You know, this is digital, online. Right now, there's so many different platforms you can use. Another thing I would say is, get feedback before you begin something, right? So before you go and say, okay, I see Saru has a hairline, I can do something similar. No, really think about what product you're offering and then try and package that and then give people online or even people around you to give you feedback around that, so that you're not just starting blindly, and then when you spend all this money creating a product and no one is buying it, you're like, oh, I thought everybody would like it. You need to know what people actually want, and a good way to do that is to use the free platforms. Use your Instagrams, your Facebooks, put out there polls, let people answer, start a page and just post products there and see what people are saying about them, just so you can have a little bit of a direction on what people want before you invest in something.
I really like that. Now, Madam Morogami, I'm going to have to ask you to thank your panelists because I keep being flagged on time. Absolutely. All right? And Patricia, thank them.
Yes. So I want to thank each and every one of you for your authenticity, for your courage to share their journeys with all of us. You know, sitting up here is daunting, and it takes courage to start the business, to run the business, and to actually speak about it. My prayer for each and every one of you is that your business will outlive you, that it will serve your children's children's children, and in the immediate term, that you can take a 3 to 4 weeks vacation and come and find your business thriving. God bless you, and may you continue rising.
A round of applause for these amazing women. Yes, tuchukue picha. Literally, I'm just giving the team a chance to put the podium back on stage. I shall stand somewhere here. Thank you once again, ladies. Take your seats. I'm padding a little here because I do want the podium to make it back on stage for Esmeralda. However, I wanted to send out a few shout-outs to people joining us online. So many of you. Thank you. Susan Shine and Co. Linens, Janet who's at Western Water, Audrey Abaka in Ghana. She is in Ghana. Samira Abbas, she's at Sapphira Designs. Yasir in Mandera, thank you for joining us. And Zena at Onward Cargo Systems, thank you for joining us online. Ladies, before I introduce and let Esmeralda get on stage, I want to do some serious timekeeping here. I want to make sure that we break for lunchtime and we finish with enough time to actually chat with one another in the evening. So, I owe you a tea break. This is how we're going to do the tea break. You're going to grab your tea and come back. Okay? You're going to grab your tea and come back so that I can make sure the next session, which is actually the official opening of this conference, can get underway. Now, I would like to invite on stage, I was going to get you all to speak, but not now. All right? Good. Esmeralda is a brand in herself. She is a name that comes to mind when we want a memorable food experience. The ones she has done for me have included a few boats, a mill on the street wire, and a flowing chocolate fountain. Spares is the company she founded. It's a leading catering company that produces luxury-style catering services. I've always said, if you cater, I will come to the children's table. And it is a real fact. Spares is 15 years old. Esmeralda founded a company with simply one employee. And today, Esmeralda has grown back from strength to strength to this highly respected business that serves the palates of high-profile individuals and most of the premium blue-chip organizations in Kenya. Ladies and gentlemen, she will not be serving us today, and it is a pity because she does good food. An entrepreneur par excellence, and she has a passion for food. And I like your food. My friend, Esmeralda.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a tough act to follow when you're asked to speak after one of your mentors, Patricia Murugami, and in between a lunch break. So I'll try and not keep you in between the food. Before I go on, I'd just like to know who's in the room in terms of the years in business that you've been in, so that whatever I speak is relevant to you. So I'd like to know who's been in business 0 to 5 years. Just raise your hand for me. 0 to 5 years? Brilliant. Okay, 5 to 10 years? Okay. 10 years and above? Brilliant, okay. Clap for yourselves, first of all. Running businesses is quite the task. So I'll speak about what, when I was asked to speak, I really wondered how I would summarize my 16, we turned 16 in June, my 16 years of entrepreneurship in 10 minutes. So I was asked to speak on partners and people, so that's what I'll keep it to. And as one of my mentors was speaking, Patricia, all the people who you mentioned, way makers, way spoilers, I just kept saying, oh my gosh, all these people, I have engaged with them. So I'd like to share with you in 5 parts, my 0 to 5, my 5 to 10, and my 10 to 16. And I'll just share about the impact of people. Because in some cases, it's built my business, and in some cases, it's nearly destroyed it. When I first started, I started off the business to support my little boy, who's now 18. And it was by mistake to start the business, actually. It was not intentional. I just needed a source of income to support him and to make sure his school fees was paid for. So that was many years ago, in 2006, actually. At the time, I had just finished my international baccalaureate, and I was at home. There was no technology then. I learned how to bake a cake, sold it to a cafe near home, and 16 years later, I have over 80 employees and 6 outlets. Thank you. How did I get here? People. If you remember nothing else from my speech and what I'm going to talk about, remember these 3 things. Consistent, competent people of character will make or break your business. The 3 C's. Consistent, competent people of character will make or break your business. So in 0 to 5 years, when I started the business, my co-founder was a chef. And because my background is actually geology, would you believe? nothing to do with food. I tasked a friend of mine who was studying to become a chef at the time at one of the top culinary institutes in Nairobi to tag along with me and start this food business. Like I said, it was by mistake. And actually, when I started doing the cakes, how I ended up in catering is that someone asked me to do a catering for an AGM, and I didn't turn it down. So I called the same person who taught me how to make the cake and told him, listen, I have a request for catering, would you come and help me? And he said, okay. And we did the event and it was successful and a catering company was born. Competence. Remember, I got a trained chef, right? He was in training, but he was fresh off the school, right? So competence. Along that period of time, this is my first 5 years, we came across an expert in branding. And at the time, the company was called Customized Catering Services Limited. No one remembered the name. Until one of our clients at a little restaurant we ran came and told me, Esmeralda, what's the name of your company? And I said, Customized Catering Services Limited. And she's like, no, we have to change this. So she asked me whether I would be open into a branding course, and I got her on board, and the name Spez was born, which is a very Kenyan thing to do because it's a joining of two names. My co-founder was called Spencer, and myself Esmeralda, so Spez. Competence. If I had remained Customized Catering Services Limited, I probably wouldn't have grown or gotten many opportunities because no one would have remembered the name or given the referrals that have come through over the years. From year 5 to year 10, it was a lot of growing the business. And this is where lack of competence cost me. When my co-founder left, he moved to South Africa and is a very well-known sommelier, actually. When he left, I decided to get on board another person into the business. They were really good in helping me set up structures, but unfortunately, I tasked them with taking care of the finance aspect of my business. And because of the lack of competence, my business was at its feet by 2019, on its knees rather, by 2019. I was so busy building the brand, telling everyone about Spez, making sure we had brilliant revenues, but the costs were out of control. And you know what happens when your costs are out of control, right? You're loss-making, essentially. So because of the lack of competence, I ended up in so much trouble with many of the authorities, with my suppliers, and it's something that I'm still recovering from. This is almost 6 years later. Competence. I think as women in business, we run away from looking at the finances. I certainly did. My strength is in business development, it's in sales, it's putting together a beautiful buffet. My strength was never in the numbers. You know, as Emma was speaking, I kept thinking to myself, I wish I had an Emma 10, 20, actually 16 years ago on my team. So that was 5 to 10. A really turbulent time. Enter the pandemic soon after, and everything just shut down, literally. Luckily, during that time, I had just got some business mentors into the business. You know, Njoki, I heard you talking about shying away from mentors. And I think the one thing I would advise every woman in business and man is to get a mentor. Without that person, and there's a couple that run a company called Pani. In fact, pani.africa is a website you should visit before the end of the day. Before I got them into the business, if I hadn't, rather, I would have had an even tougher time post-pandemic. When they came into the business, they identified where my problems were. It's always so useful to have another eye looking onto your business. Because sometimes, truthfully, you can get stuck in the business, running the business, the day-to-day, putting out fires. Having extra eyes watching your business is so beneficial. And if it wasn't for them, I don't think I would be standing here today. They helped me go through the pandemic, figure out what to do with my team, because unfortunately I had to let everyone go, which was a very tough time. And then rebuild. And the rebuilding, half of the time I was actually away. During the pandemic, I had to move to the UK. My husband was there, and because I had no business to run, essentially. So I ran the business while I was away, kept coming to the country, and only moved back this January. A lot of that was because of having people in the business who would help me rebuild. Mentors are so crucial. And I like what Patricia said about mentors could be books, they could be podcasts, but you need people in your business who have walked the journey before you. Because to be honest, we can't live long enough to make all the mistakes ourselves. And you know, just on Saturday, I was seated with other entrepreneurs at a PANI event, actually, called Comini. And I realized we generally have the same issues as business owners. Generally. The number of zeros may be different, but the issues are generally the same. Consistent, competent, people of character. Partners, that's what we're talking about. You need these people in your business. I definitely needed them. Fast forward to this year, and actually my vision for the business is intimate and creative food settings across Africa. So I find it such an interesting full circle moment being in this room and speaking to people across Africa, because my current journey now is I'm in the middle of fundraising for the business. If anyone in the room would like to sign a check, I welcome you to a conversation after this. I've just set up a board for my business. Again, the impact of having other people look into your business, look at your business, and hold you accountable to the things that you need to be doing. It's invaluable. It's truly invaluable. You know, Patricia, you talked about waymakers. There are so many waymakers who are seated in this room for me. You are one of them. I did the RISE masterclass while I was in the UK, and it was a brilliant, brilliant course. Patricia Okello is in the room, constantly, advocating for women in business. Caroline Mutoko, I think you were my first radio interview. Just giving me the opportunity to share my story, to talk about our products, and of course, being one of our customers. And as you can tell, our standards must be very high if Caroline Mutoko enjoys our food and services. So that's what I wanted to speak to you about. It's generally about the people you have in your business, because without good people, you really can't grow. So I hope my time is up, is it? I think what I'll just summarize is those three things: consistent, competent, people of character. Patricia, as you talked about way copycats, I had those in the first 5 years of my business. I had an employee who used to answer the phones for me. She was an admin. And at some point, she started her own business. So what was she doing? She was answering the phones and saying, "No, space closed. But I know another company that can do this for you." So thanks to the relationships I have with my customers, one of my corporate customers called and said, "Esmeralda, I called the business, but I've received a quote from another business." So those people exist. And imitation is a form of flattery, right? So of course her business didn't grow didn't proceed beyond that. But those people exist. And I love how you've summarized all these people. Absa is also one of my customers. And I must say, we're in a season of actually choosing who the customers we want are. We're not at the luxury of having all the revenues we want, but we also realize there are customers who are not good for our business. So it's an interesting thing of your customers also have to be competent. When we first had the opportunity to run the Kenya Open, which is one of the big golf tournaments for Absa, I loved working with the Absa team. This is not sponsored, by the way. It was a team that gave us the leeway to do what we do best, which is create experiences, create food experiences. So they gave us a brief and told us, "Listen, this is what we want you to achieve, go ahead and do it." And it was fantastic. And we've done, I think, 3 ever since. So your customers also have to be competent. And you're allowed to turn customers away. It's very un-African, I know, but you're allowed to turn customers away because your customers must also see the value that you bring to the table. So I think my time is up, so I'll repeat. Consistent, competent, people of character will build or break your business. The choice is yours. Thank you so much.
I know you're in shock. You're like, did she say we're allowed to turn away customers? We are here trying to get every penny. I took notes. I don't know who else did. People will make or break your business. That includes the ones writing you a check, including the ones who owe you money after 90 days, 120 days. You see the people you don't want to do business with? I also wrote down here, looking at your finances. The numbers are scary, but we have to teach ourselves as we need to. I know we do this. Actually, it's not just the numbers, it's the taxes. That's the one we don't want to look at. And get a mentor. You need another pair of eyes looking at what you're doing. That's scary. Because this is your business. As Chris said, it's your baby. You don't want anybody else in there. That was tough. So please treat that if you're going to treat anything. Competent, consistent people. Thank you, Esmeralda. A round of applause, please. I was supposed to give you a 20-minute tea break. That is not happening. I'm giving you 10 minutes. 10 minutes to stretch your legs, to powder your nose, to grab a selfie, grab a cup of tea and come back. Because I want to officially open this conference and I want us to get to lunch on time, okay? So ladies and the few lucky gentlemen in the room, thank you for the morning and please come back in 10 minutes. This has been awesome. And go back and discuss whether you should be turning away customers as you gossip out there, okay? Great. See you in 10.
Marianne. Hi, Marianne. Hello. 1, 2, 1, 2.
My name is Wambui Mugonjogu, one of the director at Waterline Hardware and Tools. Challenge ya kuran hardware as a young person ilikuwa kuget customer I believe in me. The location Kitengela cause it's a fast growing town. Tunataka ukiingia uone aya wako na kila kitu. Hiyo kuget kila kitu kuna point ilifika tukaona we need finances kustock hiyo duka. Na that's when a friend akatuambia by the way Absa hupatiana unsecured loan. Hapo ndipo tukaenda Absa. We told them the plan we had for our business na kitu ya kwanza wakatupatia overdraft. We were able to expand the shop. Kitu inanibamba na Absa Bank ni niko na relationship manager. So nikiwa na any issue with my account, she'll assist me directly. The moment Absa uko na relationship manager, anything new that suits you watakuletea.
Can I use my card?
You can. So right now we are doing the tap and pay. I was introduced to MobiTap by my RM. Unapata ni app kwa my phone that customers can just tap bora simu iko na NFC and the transaction goes through. I'd recommend Absa MobiTap Pay. One, it's easier to use. I don't need to work with a normal phone and my PDQ machine. Kitu ingine, it's cheaper to me and it's faster to the customer. Na pia at the end of the day, anything that was transacted, debited or credited, napata hapo. I have a dream. My dream is to venture into the real estate market. I want to build houses, sell them, and also want to become a direct importer and direct distributor of hardware materials across East Africa. Whatever spaces you feel you can't fit in, whatever roles you feel you can't play, whatever businesses you feel you can do it. You just need someone who believes in you and you'll do it.
My name is Faith Mungania. My company name is Craftmania. One thing I like about Absa, of course, they'll listen to you. They'll be able to take your problem being the first and foremost, much as you want to explain, but they want to give you better even products which you can be able to work with. And of course, they'll be able to give you options, what you can be able to do good to your company. How Absa have supported me, they have been able to give me loans, and I have been able to roll issues which I cannot be able to. There's no that pressure. You have to just work according to the way you have agreed, your contract, and you feel you're at home.
I'm Damaris Debets, the founder of Asali Bechabet. I started it back in 2022 while I was still in campus, and since then it has grown really immensely. First of all, I'm a shista. I graduated this year May. The program really helped me with skills, and also Absa has helped me with finances, since SMEs and finances is really tough. But they have helped me finance my business and it has grown. I'm really grateful. I like Absa because they walk with you through the journey. No matter how small, for us, the youth entrepreneurs, we always fear banks because we don't know anything about it. But for Absa, they partner with you, they walk with you throughout your business. I'm Damaris Debets, the founder of Asali Bechabet. I started it back in 2022 while I was still in campus, and since then it has grown really immensely. First of all, I'm a shista. I graduated this year May. The program really helped me with skills, and also Absa has
Ladies,
helped me
if you
with
can hear me,
finances.
I'd like you to start making your way back
SMEs
into the
and
hall.
Finances
Yes.
is really tough, but they have helped me finance my business. And it has
Ladies
grown
and gentlemen, if you can hear me, please start making your way back into the hall. Bring a cup of tea,
no matter how small,
make your way back in.
For us, the youth entrepreneurs. We always fear banks because you don't know anything about it. But for Absa, they partner with you, they work with you throughout your business. I'm Damaris Debet, the founder of Asali Bechebet. I started it back in 2022 while I was still in campus, and since then it has grown really immensely. First of all, I'm a shista. I graduated this year, May. The program really helped me with skills, and also Absa has helped me with finances, since SMEs and finances is really tough. But they have helped me finance my business, and it has grown. I'm really grateful. I like Absa because they walk with you through the journey. No matter how small, for us, the youth entrepreneurs, we always fear banks because you don't know anything about it. But for Absa, they partner with you, they work with you throughout your business. I'm Damaris Debet, the founder of Asali Bechebet. I started it back in 2022 while I was still in campus, and since then it has grown really immensely. First of all, I'm a shista. I graduated this year, May. The program really helped me with skills, and also Absa has helped me with finances, since SMEs and finances is really tough. But they have helped me finance my business, and it has grown. I'm really grateful. I like Absa because they walk with you through the journey. No matter how small, for us, the youth entrepreneurs, we always fear banks because you don't know anything about it. But for Absa, they partner with you, they work with you throughout your business. I'm Damaris Debet, the founder of Asali Bechebet. I started it back in 2022 while I was still in campus, and since then it has grown really immensely. First of all, I'm a shista. I graduated this year, May. The program really helped me with skills, and also Absa has helped me with finances, since SMEs and finances is really tough. But they have helped me finance my business, and it has grown. I'm really grateful. I like Absa because they walk with you through the journey. No matter how small, for us, the youth entrepreneurs, we always fear banks because you don't know anything about it. But for Absa, they partner with you, they work with you throughout your business. I'm Damaris Debet, the founder of Asali Bechebet. I started it back in 2022 while I was still in campus, and since then it has grown really immensely. First of all, I'm a shista. I graduated this year, May. The program really helped me with skills, and also Absa has helped me with finances, since SMEs and finances is really tough. But they have helped me finance my business, and it has grown.
Testing.
Really grateful. I like Absa because they walk with you through the journey. No matter how small, for us, the youth entrepreneurs,
Okay, testing.
we always fear banks because you don't know anything about it. But for Absa, they partner with you, they work with you throughout your business.
My name is Florence Japon. My company's name is Florama Enterprise. I deal in chemicals for making soap, shower gels, air conditioning, and skin products. My mom started this business 20 years back, so I joined after finishing school. And a friend of mine introduced me to Absa. I opened an account with them. I got an RM who introduced me to Absa Young African Works Program. I went to the program. After the program, I was able to secure a loan from Absa. During the program, I got a new idea. So immediately after the program, I introduced a new product named Organics, and it really helped me. I want to move out from the market and move to a shopping mall so that I would sell at the down floor of the shopping mall and do training upstairs. That is my dream. My fellow entrepreneurs, open an Absa account and join the Absa Young African Works Program. It will take your business to the next level.
My name is Francis Schroeder. Fobaska Enterprise is the name of my company. Fobaska deals with stationery items. The stationery business is a broad business. and it would take a lot of money. There was not enough funds to run the business. When I was a student, I was banking with Barclays, now Absa. My personal banker just called me one day, Fobaska, can we help you? I said, okay. He came to my shop. After checking my turnover, I was entitled for some money. I'll encourage
each year, and we are so privileged to be partners with them now 4 years. The ecosystem around us has been supported a lot in terms of our suppliers. From the gentleman on Ngong Road who does our little boards that we write our menus on, to the ladies in Masai Market who offer us different things we use for our setups. It's a whole ecosystem. And so for a business like mine that's women owned, but mostly youth led, because the average age in our business is 29 actually, our employees, it really means a lot to us. And we are so honored to be part of this year's event.
We want you to walk the journey with us.
I urge you all, please take advantage of the opportunities that banks like Absa are doing now.
Absa for us as a client has represented many things. One is they've pushed our levels of creativity.
Hello. Ladies, gentlemen, once again, I'm going to ask you to make your way back into the room. I would like to get the official opening of this conference underway. I cannot start without you. Grab your cup of tea, come right back in, please.
Absa for us as a client has represented many things. One is they've pushed our levels of creativity by constantly asking us to offer an experience for their guests. It's been a constant challenge for us each year, and we are so privileged to be partners with them now 4 years. The ecosystem around us has been supported a lot in terms of our suppliers. From the gentleman on Ngong Road who does our little boards that we write our menus on, to the ladies in Masai Market who offer us different things we use for our setups. It's a whole ecosystem. And so for a business like mine that's women owned, but mostly youth led, because the average age in our business is 29 actually, our employees, it really means a lot to us. And we are so honored to be part of this year's event. Absa for us as a client has represented many things. One is they've pushed our levels of creativity by constantly asking us to offer an experience for their guests. It's been a constant challenge for us each year, and we are so privileged to be partners with them now 4 years. The ecosystem around us has been supported a lot in terms of our suppliers. From the gentleman on Ngong Road who does our little boards that we write our menus on, to the ladies in Masai Market who offer us different things we use for our setups. It's a whole ecosystem. And so for a business like mine that's women-owned, but mostly youth-led, because the average age in our business is 29 actually, our employees, it really means a lot to us. And we are so honored to be part of this year's event.
I'm Damaris Debet, the founder of Asali by Chebet. I started it back in 2022 while I was still in campus, and since then it has grown really immensely. First of all, I'm a shista. I graduated this year, May. The program really helped me with skills, and also Absa has helped me with finances, since SMEs and finances is really tough. But they have helped me finance my business and it has grown. I'm really grateful. I like Absa because they walk with you through the journey. No matter how small, for us, the youth entrepreneurs, we always fear banks because you don't know anything about it. But for Absa, they partner with you, they walk with you throughout your business. I'm Damaris Debet, the founder of Asali by Chebet. I started it back in 2022 while I was still in campus, and since then it has grown really immensely. First of all, I'm a shista. I graduated this year, May. The program really helped me with skills, and also Absa has helped me with finances, since SMEs and finances is really tough. But they have helped me finance my business and it has grown. I'm really grateful. I like Absa because they walk with you through the journey. No matter how small, for us, the youth entrepreneurs, we always fear banks because you don't know anything about it. But for Absa, they partner with you, they walk with you throughout your business. I'm Damaris Debet, the founder of Asali by Chebet.
My name is Francisca Schroeder. Fobaska Enterprise is the name of my company. Fobaska deals with stationery items. The stationery business is a broad business, and it will take a lot of money. There was not enough funds to run the business. When I was a student, I was banking with Barclays, now Absa. My personal banker just called me one day, Fobaska, can we help you? I said, okay. He came to my shop. After checking my turnover, I was entitled for some money. I will encourage other entrepreneurs to join the Absa Young African Works program so that they can get the training and benefit from the facility so that it will take them to the next level. Absa, are you cool? Absa, Medase, you've taken me to the next level.
My name is Florence Japon. My company's name is Florama Enterprise. I deal in chemicals for making soap, shower gels, air conditioning, and skin products. My mom started this business 20 years back, so I joined after finishing school. And a friend of mine introduced me to Absa. I opened an account with them. I got an RM who introduced me to Absa Young African Works program. I went to the program. After the program, I was able to secure a loan from Absa. During the program, I got a new idea. So immediately after the program, I introduced a new product named Organics, and it really helped me. I want to move out from the market and move to a shopping mall so that I would sell at the down floor of the shopping mall and do training upstairs. That is my dream. My fellow entrepreneurs, open an Absa account and join the Absa Young African Works program. It will take your business to the next level.
I'm Damaris Jebet, the founder of Asali by Chebet. I started it back in 2022 while I was still in campus, and since then it has grown really immensely. First of all, I'm a Shista. I graduated this year, May. The program really helped me with skills, and also Absa has helped me with finances, since SMEs and finances is really tough, but they have helped me finance my business and it has grown. I'm really grateful. I like Absa because they walk with you through the journey. No matter how small, for us, the youth entrepreneurs, we always fear banks because we don't know anything about it. But for Absa, they partner with you, they walk with you throughout your business.
Absa for us as a client has represented many things. One is they've pushed our levels of creativity by constantly asking us to offer an experience for their guests. It's been a constant challenge for us each year, and we are so privileged to be partners with them now 4 years. The ecosystem around us has been supported a lot in terms of our suppliers. From the gentleman on Ngong Road who does our little boards that we write our menus on, to the ladies in Masai Market who offer us different things we use for our setups. It's a whole ecosystem. And so for a business like mine that's women-owned, but mostly youth-led, because the average age in our business is 29 actually, our employees, it really means a lot to us. And we are so honored to be part of this year's event.
Ladies, once again, I'm asking you to make your way back into the room. I would really like to get this started. You beat me to it. It was not 10 minutes. Obviously, you all looked at me and said 10 minutes, ni wewe. I would love you back into the room so we can get started. Yes, I can tell that most of you are back, but standing around, and that's fine. Networking is crucial, absolutely crucial. But if you can grab your cup of tea and your snack and make your way back into the room, I'd really appreciate it. I'm starting the counter again for 3 minutes. Ladies, nice to see you back. I'm actually going to give a few of you a chance to introduce yourselves in a moment, but only if you're seated. If you're standing, that's not happening. I have been tasked to recognize and welcome the Nigerian delegation. Where are they? They're probably having tea right now. Oh, there they are. Welcome, Nigeria. I'd also like to say good morning and welcome to Ghana. They've just woken up and they're joining us online. Mauritius as well, but Mauritius is about an hour ahead of us. Where? Who's Eva Chang? Definitely joining us from Geneva. Absa, do you know who's joining us from Geneva? No? Fantastic. So, ladies, allow me to tell you how this part of the program goes. This is where we officially open this great conference. My eyes over there, I'm waiting for our VIPs, okay? So they'll come in and we will do both the Kenyan national anthem, one verse, and the East African anthem, one verse. After which I will give our host and of course our chief guest a chance to address us. And then we'll get into a conversation about the other thing you don't like to talk about, technology. Numbers scare you and tech scares you. Welcome. Okay, I hope I have everybody back. Super. We're good to go. Good afternoon and welcome to the Absa Inspire Me Conference 2024. Ladies and the few very fortunate gentlemen in the room, allow me to welcome to this segment our chief guest, the Honorable Harriet Chigai. She's the President's Advisor on Women's Rights. Welcome, ma'am. I'd also like to welcome and acknowledge the presence here today of His Excellency Asare. His Excellency Asare is the High Commissioner of the Republic of Ghana to Kenya. And also our host today, Mr. Abdi Mohammed, the MD and CEO of Absa Kenya. A round of applause, please, for my three VIPs. I'd also like to recognize the delegation from the She Trades Kenya Hub, and I'll be telling you a bit more about She Trades and why we're so fortunate to have them in the room. I want to get this conference underway, so please be upstanding for the national anthems.
O God of all creation, blessed is our nation. Justice be our shield and defender. May we bear in unity, peace and liberty. Plenty be found within the border. Mungu twaomba uilinde Jumuiya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Be seated. To our chief guest, Your Excellency, the MD and CEO of Absa Kenya, we've had an interesting morning, very. We've come to face with the fact that we need mentors, and once in a while somebody who actually peers into our own businesses to tell us where we're going wrong, something we sometimes do not like. We've also been told by one of our amazing speakers that you actually need certain people in your business. And these would be competent, consistent, capable, and people of character. She also dared to mention that sometimes you can turn away some of your business partners because all business is not good business. I mean, Kenyans might differ. Kenyans would like to believe, no, all money is good money. But we have learned today that maybe we need to be a lot more discerning with who we do business with. I want to also let you know, to our chief guest, Honorable Chigai, that we are joined online. Online, the numbers are legion. The continent is awake and listening. But also here, Malawi is represented, and so is Ghana, hugely. I'm not quite sure. Your Excellency, did you have something to do with that? But Ghana, and by the way, they're being very nice. Nigeria is in the room, South Africa as well, Tanzania, Uganda, and I notice we're also being joined in Switzerland. I'm not quite sure why, but I am happy. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to give over this program to those who have nurtured it, planned it, put it together in such a way that we can be here to not only be inspired, but to inspire others. During the break, I met a lady who tells me she's a doctor, but runs hotels in Turkana. You must make sure, you see, look at your faces. You cannot hang out with the people you know when you come to this conference. You can meet them later. Hang out with other people. Met a lady from South Africa, Cape Town no less, who's actually doing powdered fruit, which means you now take the powder and you add it to your smoothies, you add it to food, to all sorts of things. And I'm sitting there thinking, why haven't we thought about that? Please do not spend time with anybody you actually know when you come to this conference. But to our chief guest, Your Excellency, and to the MD, I want to leave the podium right now to Elizabeth Wasuna. Elizabeth is the business banking director, and her job is not only to welcome all of us, but also to ensure that we set the stage for you to officially open this conference. Elizabeth.
Our chief guest, President's Advisor on Women's Rights, Honorable Harriet Chigai, who I'm proud to say is a friend of mine as well. His Excellency, Wanasare, thank you very much. I know you're sitting right beside me today. AGF Chief, Jules Ndakam, our able MD, Mr. Abdi Mohammed, all representatives from ITC, led by Michelle, fellow colleagues from Absa Bank, our esteemed partners in the room, and we have so many partners, thank you very much. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Oh, it's better be a better afternoon than that. Good afternoon. Excellent. First and foremost, I'd like to extend a warm welcome to all of you to the Absa Inspire Me Conference 2024. Both of those who are attending for the first time and those who have attended before, Karibuni Sana. I'd like to particularly thank Honorable Harriet Chigai for accepting to preside over this event as our chief guest today. We particularly commend you for your leadership in rallying both the private sector and government to partner in advocating for gender equity and equality. We are truly honored to have you join us today. On the same note, I want to convey a special thank you to the ITC She Trades Hub team for agreeing to partner with us once again. Your unwavering support and commitment to empowering women entrepreneurs has significantly contributed to the success of this conference, and we are proud to stand alongside yourself in this endeavor. I'd like to also acknowledge the presence of our partners represented by Mr. Jules Ngankam, the group's CEO, Africa Guarantee Fund, who will be giving us his welcome address later on. You're very welcome, sir. Thank you very much for not only honoring us with our invite, but agreeing to support us. You actually make us brave in this journey. Thank you. In a very special way, I want to thank and appreciate all the conference speakers, facilitators that are here today. We don't take it for granted. We know you're very busy people, but you've made time to be here today. We thank you very much for your commitment. We know it's not by chance, but that you agreed to be here with us today, and we're very keen to hear what you have to share with us over the next 2 days. And finally, but not certainly least, to all the delegates, ladies and the few brave gentlemen in the room, you have shown up well. You've cleaned up well. A round of applause to yourselves. So, ladies and gentlemen, all our topics that we shall cover over the next 2 days have been carefully selected to inspire, educate, and connect you with the tools and networks necessary to thrive in today's dynamic business landscape. I encourage you to take full advantage of these sessions, networking opportunities, and resources available. One of the bottom lines of every conference, I believe, is to ensure that the delegates leave better informed and inspired, both physically, spiritually, and mentally. Our aim today and tomorrow is that you find yourself challenged and motivated to do things differently when you get back to your businesses. So this is nice. This is how you meet up, you meet with your friends and everything. But what do you do tomorrow when you get back to your businesses? I'm hoping you'll do something different that will pivot your business forward. Distinguished guests, as we may all be aware, women-led businesses have been on the rise across the sub-African continent. World Bank reports that 58% of all African SMEs are women-owned, contributing to about 13% of Africa's total GDP. 13% of Africa's GDP. These women-led businesses, however, continue to lag compared to men-owned businesses, with one of the biggest constraints being access to finance. While this remains the number one constraint in the growth of women-led businesses, many other factors contribute to their stagnation or collapse. That is why in 2016, we partnered with ITC through the She Trades program to create opportunities for women business entrepreneurs to participate in the global economy by building their capacities and delivering training on financial literacy and entrepreneurship. We also partnered with Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry because we needed to find the women where they are. And we thank Chamber of Commerce for their partnership as we move forward. The partnership leveraged over competencies in the provision of financial services and ITC's competencies in the delivery of trade-related technical assistance to economically empower women in line with ITC's mandate to support the achievement of the Global Development Goals and Absa's goal to build sustainable and trusted businesses. Turning back to our agenda today, let me say that as a host country team, we are looking forward to the physical warmth and camaraderie throughout the 2 days as we collaborate to create our organization's future together. I am confident that when we finish we will finish the week strong and more confident about our future. Ladies and gentlemen, before I leave the podium, I'd like to express my heartfelt gratitude to everyone who has contributed to make this conference a reality. We would not be able to do this today without the support of strategic partners, as I've mentioned, ITC, Finance in Motion, Africa Guarantee Fund, and AP Insurance, together with Kenya National Chamber of Commerce, amongst others. Your contributions are evident in every aspect of this event, and we're excited to partner on this journey together. On that note, I'd like to welcome you once more again. Please be present, be bold, ask questions, and let's get something going as we leave here. Thank you.
Ash, we walk her to her seat with a round of applause. Before I introduce my next speaker, I just want to say two things. One, I want to recognize the presence of Mr. Jules Ngakam, the Group CEO, Africa Guarantee Fund, who will be speaking in a few minutes. And I'm excited to announce that 10 UK firms have expressed interest in investing in the women-led firms showcased at this conference. To our chief guest, if nothing else, you can leave here knowing that this is a testament to the incredible potential and the talent present here today. Ladies and the few lucky gentlemen in the room, I don't know why you keep being called brave. You knew why you were coming. You were like, there'll be less of us in the room. So allow me to welcome a lady I consider a friend. She has been by me ever since I started doing this journey. And she is part of the She Trades Hub regional, she's actually the coordinator for East and Southern Africa ICT, and she's Miss Phyllis Mwangi. Phyllis, I knew her back in my radio days, but she doesn't tell anybody that. Do you tell anybody we knew each other before?
Yes, we did.
Oh, great, all right,
Yes.
that's nice.
Actually, we worked together at KISS. Yeah, that was my presenter. Thank you, Caroline. Wow. Honorable Harriet Chigai, President's Advisor to the Women's Rights, High Commissioner for Ghana to Kenya, Mr. Damti Asare, the Absa CEO, Mr. Abdi Mohammed, the Absa Bank Business Banking Director, Ms. Elizabeth Wasuna, International Trade Center Global Coordinator for the She Trades Hubs globally, Dr. Michelle Christie, partners, all protocols observed. Ladies and gentlemen, Hamjamboni. Great. On behalf of the International Trade Center, I would like to express my deep appreciation to Mr. Abdi Mohammed and colleagues at the Absa Bank, Kenya, and the United Kingdom government for their excellent partnership and support in making this event possible. As the host institution of the She Trades Kenya Hub, Absa Bank, Kenya, has been key, truly instrumental as a resource center connecting Kenyan women entrepreneurs to ITC She Trades resources and trainings, lots of capacity building, business generation activities and opportunities like you will experience in this week, and the global network of 18 ITC She Trades hubs. Additionally, this event is very special for us because of the collaboration of all 7 She Trades hubs in Africa in mobilizing their women entrepreneurs to be here with us in this conference. Welcome to the delegation from all the 7 She Trades hubs in Africa, namely Ghana, where are you? Mauritius, where are you? Nigeria, Mpo, Rwanda, Tupo, the Gambia, are we there? We have South Africa, and Kenya. Yeah, great one. In the male-dominated world of business, women need that extra support, that extra push to be able to access regional and international markets. So, this 2-day conference is all about you. Tell the person next to you, it's all about you. The women entrepreneurs and your story matters. We are here to exchange insights and knowledge and unlock new business opportunities. That sounds great, isn't it? Unlocking new business opportunities. Today, at the Absa Inspire Me conference, we are also bringing business opportunities directly to you. Direct, all right? Through the UK-funded She Trades Commonwealth Plus program and in collaboration with UK Chambers of Commerce, the Greater Birmingham Chamber of Commerce and Industry, West and North Yorkshire Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and Chamber International, 7 She Trades hubs in Africa, 10 UK businesses, and 12 African corporations with us here are super eager to collaborate and engage with you. This conference means business, right? Can you see that? It means business. We care about delivering real business impacts for women entrepreneurs, not only in Kenya, but for the African continent. Whether you're with us physically or watching virtually, we are here for business. In the coming days, I encourage each and every one of you to make the most out of this incredible hot pot of women-led businesses and stakeholders from 10 African countries and the UK. I urge you to network and explore potential business opportunities with other women-led businesses, and especially with the buyers. I urge you, increase your knowledge on the plethora of resources out there that can support you to unlock greater success. And most importantly, get inspired. Tell the person next to you, get inspired. One quote, I read one quote some time ago, some of you may know it. It says, success is 90% inspiration and 10% perspiration. Can we get this thing right? Let's get it right. I would say the 9% is really about the strategy, the business model, just getting things right. Make a commitment today to draw from the wealth of knowledge and experience shared by your peers, the industry leaders, and the esteemed panelists here today. My hope is that each of you will leave this conference feeling invigorated, energized, ready to take your business to new heights. I look forward to the insightful panel sessions later today and wish you fruitful networking sessions. Asante sana and karibuni Kenya for those who are from outside. Thank you very much.
All the way to her seat. You good? Twendele? For the rest of you, Twendele, we keep going. All right? Okay. Ladies, gentlemen, I am going to ask that our speakers feel really comfortable in standing on the protocols I've already observed. Okay? And to that end, I will be asking the Group CEO, African Guarantee Fund, Mr. Jules Ngama Nakam, to please make his way to the podium. Claps all the way.
All yours. Thank you very much. Abdi Mohamed, Managing Director of Absa Kenya, Honorable Ariet Shegai, His Excellency Damte Asare, the High Commissioner to the UN, Ms. Phyllis Mwangi, the Regional Coordinator for East and Southern Africa at ITC, Ms. Elizabeth Wasuna, the Business Banking Director at Absa Kenya, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. So I'm honored to be here today to represent the African Guarantee Fund at the 2024 Inspire Me conference, aiming at supporting women in business across Africa. So before I start, I have a question. Why women empowerment? Why is women empowerment critical in Africa? So before I answer this question, I would like to talk about a kind of miracle. I'd like to talk about a miracle that is happening every day around us. And that miracle has become so common that we don't even pay attention. We don't know about it. That miracle is what we call the gender ratio. I don't know if you know about the gender ratio. So the gender ratio is the number of male versus the number of female. So when we look at the gender ratio globally, we are at 50-50. It's always around 50, 51%, 52, but it never goes beyond 54%. So you can have 54% to 46%. And the beauty about that ratio, you take the world, you divide into country, into cities, into villages, you will get the same ratio. That is a miracle. You always get the number of male versus the number of female around 50%, 50-50. But we have some exceptions. Those exceptions, when we have it, it means that it was due to a human kind of intervention. You know, we have that in some country where we had war. Because men, they die, they were killed at war. We have some country like China that was mainly driven by policy, you know, the one-child policy in China. But in its natural state, the gender ratio is always about 50-50. But as humans, we have decided to do something else. We have decided, so I would say, to challenge God, to change the balance. Because as you can see, the world is very well balanced. But when it comes to access to education, do we have the same balance? When it comes to access to land, access to assets, access to credit, access to job opportunity, access to leadership position, access to wealth, we have a huge imbalance. So, when we talk about the women empowerment, what is the definition of women empowerment? It's about removing those imbalances. That's the women empowerment. It's about reducing those imbalances that we have created due to culture, to social norm. Yes, this is what we are trying to solve. So, one of the biggest imbalance that we face in Africa is the economic imbalance. Just to give you an example, in Africa, half of the population are women. But when we look at the contribution of women in the GDP of the continent, women contribute to 30% of our GDP in the continent, meaning men, they contribute to 70%. That is a big imbalance that we are trying to solve. This number of 30%, it doesn't mean that this is what the women want to do. The women in our continent, in fact, they want to contribute more. But why are they contributing only up to 30%? Because of the barrier that they are facing. In fact, 24% of women in Africa have created their own business. If we compare that figure to other places in the world, in Asia is 6%. Only 6% of women in Asia have created their own business. In America, 12%. In Europe, 13%. Meaning, when we talk about entrepreneurship, the most dynamic population in the world is our women in Africa. But they are facing those barriers. Only 5% of women have been able to secure a loan from a bank compared to their counterpart male, 40%. 5% to 40%. Another huge imbalance that we need to deal with. So why are we here today? Is to find a way to reduce all these barriers so that we reduce the overall economic imbalance, what we call the women empowerment. So the main reason why women have not been able to achieve their full potential, I would say one main reason, and we're happy that today we are here with Absa, is access to finance. Amongst the challenges that women face, amongst the barrier, the most critical one is access to finance. And why are we there? For many reasons. I would say the first reason is the information gap. You know, most women, they are in the informal sector. For a banks to give a loan to a women businesses, they need to do their risk assessment. They need to understand the business that this woman is running. But when they are in the informal sector, what does that mean? They don't have any bank statement. They don't have any information that the bank can rely on to do a proper risk assessment. So information gap is a real issue. They don't have credit history. The second gap is collateral gap. You know, when you go to a bank, you need to come with a form of collateral. I talked earlier about the imbalances. If they don't have access to land, if they don't have access to asset, what type of collateral can they present to the bank? So we also need to deal with that. The skill gap, and this is why we are here today, to exchange, to share experience, to share knowledge. So the skill remains also a big challenge because of imbalances when it comes to access to education. Product, the product gap. We need the bank to design products that are tailor-made to women, that take into account their reality of being a mom, their reality of having to juggle, with many tasks in the household. And this is where digital banking can also help. So can they have access to all these tools, to all these services from a phone, from a house? And then lastly, the most important gap, which is the perception gap. It's all about the perceived risk. When we take the case of Africa, people tend to say we are the riskiest continent. SMEs is the riskiest form of business, and women also come with a lot of bias. So when you're African running an SME and you're women, you are dealing with 3 perception challenges. How do we deal with that? So, the partnership that we have with Absa, the African Guarantee Fund, is about managing those biases. ADF, we do guarantees, and we tend to say that we do risk sharing. But in fact, ADF is not about sharing the risk. It's not about mitigating the risk. It's about mitigating the bias. This is the first thing that we want to mitigate, that negative bias towards women in Africa. So we have partnered with Absa through the program that we call AFAWA to accelerate the economic empowerment of women in Africa. So AFAWA stands for Affirmative Finance Action for Women in Africa and is supported by the African Development Bank. The partnership is very strategic for 2 reasons. So the first one is capacity building, where we work together with SME owned or led by women to build their capacity, to equip them with the essential skills that they need to be able to manage a business. The second aspect is on risk mitigation. So there, we work together with Absa so that they can support businesses at the grassroots level. This is where we find the majority of women. And we believe that by supporting women at that level, we'll be able to achieve greater impact. Through this product, the African Guarantee Fund covers 75% of the risk taken by Absa, so that we can give them more comfort to go more and more to this type of businesses and to scale. So as I conclude, I would like to commend Absa for all the work that they've done in accelerating the women empowerment in Africa, mainly through the success of the program See Her Empowered. So we are here today about empowerment. And we are very proud to partner with Absa in that program. So if the women in Africa reach their full potential, what are we going to achieve? So in Africa, we are not going to have a bird flying with only 1 wing, but a bird flying with 2 wings. So if we are successful, our economy will fly with 2 wings, our family will fly with 2 wings, our community will fly with 2 wings, and us, even in the financial sector, we fly with 2 wings. Thank you very much.
Great. As a daughter of Beijing, I always call myself a daughter of Beijing. I stand here on the shoulders of women who dared. And I keep saying to my generation, we're not our grandmothers and we're not our mothers. So a lot is also required of us to lean in properly, but also step up. I think everybody is doing what they can to get us there, but I think a lot of us are standing just on the edge, a bit afraid to jump. Do it afraid. Let's do it, okay? I would like to ask His Excellency Asare, the High Commissioner of the Republic of Ghana to Kenya, to come to the podium and give his remarks, and then I will make way for the MD of Absa Kenya to do the same, and then invite our chief guest to make her remarks. Your Excellency, I would like you on the podium. Let me know if there's a way we need to do this, because I can only do so many akwabas. Welcome, sir.
Good afternoon to everyone. Maybe I'll leave my story to the end of my remarks. I was actually advised to give a very brief remarks, so I'll be extremely brief. Especially to my Ghanaian, let me be a little bit biased and acknowledge my Ghanaian sisters and brothers who are here with us. I'll say Karibu, Kenya, as we would have said Akwaba were we to be in Ghana. I must say I'm very delighted to be with you this afternoon, and I thank Absa for inviting me. For me, it is inspiring to see such a diverse group of individuals gathered here to discuss and promote, I would say, the empowerment of women in business through mentorship. Your goal, I suppose, is to explore the significant role that mentorship plays in fostering the growth and success of women entrepreneurs. I believe your discussions during these 2 days will be focusing on best practices, sharing experiences, and identifying strategies to enhance mentorship programs that specifically cater for the needs, as well as harnessing the unique opportunities possessed by women in the entrepreneurial ecosystem. Mentorship, I don't need to overemphasize, is a critical component of entrepreneurial success. It helps in building confidence, expanding networks, and gaining access to valuable expertise and resources that might otherwise be less accessible. It has been proven that entrepreneurs who have mentors are more likely to grow their businesses and achieve financial stability. Women entrepreneurs often face peculiar challenges, including balancing professional, family, and personal responsibilities. Effective mentorship can therefore help navigate these hurdles by offering tailored advice, tailored guidance, and tailored support, which I believe can open doors to opportunities and foster an environment where women and their businesses can thrive. There are no longer excuses in today's digital world. Technology can help play a pivotal role in enhancing mentorship programs. For example, online platforms and virtual meetings can facilitate connections between mentors and mentees across every corner of the globe. And this will make mentorship more accessible and inclusive. Sharing experiences helps. Hearing from successful women entrepreneurs who have benefited from mentorship can be incredibly motivating. Their stories can provide practical insights and inspire others to seek out and engage in mentorship opportunities. Let me conclude my brief remarks to once again thank Absa for this wonderful program. What you are doing is providing a powerful instrument through mentorship that can significantly enhance the entrepreneurial journey for women. And I want to thank all of you for your commitment to this cause, and I wish you fruitful discussions and interactions during these 2 days. Now, before I finally conclude my conclusion, I came a bit early and saw that we have not treated our women well over the centuries, decades and centuries ago. I was given the first seat of this section of the seats. And all the women that passed by just took a glance at me and walked away, shook hands and hugged the other woman just after me. So that was when I realized how badly we've been treating women over the centuries. But I want to just add, I was a bit lucky. I grew up with a mom that did not distinguish between a boy and a girl as far as household duties were concerned. So at a very tender age, I actually learned how to cook, how to wash, together with my sisters. So when they talk about gender those days, I was wondering, as at my home, there's no boy, there's no girl. If there's cooking to be done, if my mom turns to the right, whoever is available, whether you are a boy or a girl, you have to go and cook. So please, my just modest advice is that with this little experience I had this morning, don't leave the men behind, because the chauvinistic world attempted leaving the women behind some centuries ago and did not serve as well. Carry them with you. And I want to say, let's make the most of this opportunity to learn, to share, and to inspire. I thank you and have a good day.
That's why I always say, good afternoon, ladies, and the very lucky gentlemen in the room. We have not left them behind. We wouldn't dare. We wouldn't dare. We wouldn't dare. Ladies, our host has endeavored, there's no other word, to make this possible, including having to put up with me. I mean, that is quite something. Nah, Absa loves me. But it takes a lot for a CEO to say, for a day, I will commit resources and my own time to this conference because it matters, and if I'm not wrong, I believe in it. And therefore, ladies, I'll ask you to give a very strong welcome to our host today, Mr. Abdi Mohammed, the MD and CEO, Absa Kenya PLC.
Wow, hello. Good afternoon. I'm Jambo. You know, when the roll calls for the countries were being done, I remember Ghana was somewhere this way. Rwanda, I think somewhere middle there. South Africa, somewhere there in that corner. And then Kenya was our chief guest, Presidential Advisor on Women's Rights, Honorable Harriet Chigai, She Trades representative who spoke earlier, Phyllis Mwangi, ITC representatives who are here today, the Group Chief Executive, Africa Guarantee Fund, Your Excellency, the High Commissioner, all protocols observed. I think Caroline saved us by saying we should rely on all the protocols she has read. Good afternoon, everybody. First of all, a big round of applause for yourselves, for everybody who is here. You know, the conference continues to grow every year. And when I look at what I'm seeing today, both the physical presence here today and all the guests and delegates that have dialed in from all over the world, I think this is a big deal. Do you agree? It is a big deal, and I think we are making very good progress. And for me, I take a lot of inspiration from the journey that we are all on. I feel honored today to represent Absa at the opening of this important event. And like all of you, I am here first and foremost because I believe, and I'm a strong believer, in the powerful potential of all the great women business leaders who are here with us today. I am here because I believe in each and every one of you that is represented here. At Absa, we spend a lot of time on this sector and on the women proposition, and the conference and what we are doing here today is really part of a much wider effort that we are on. I believe that every major breakthrough in world history has been preceded by inspiration. Nothing has ever happened without inspired vision, without self-belief. Hard work follows, commitment follows. Many of the other things that happen to make a business successful follow inspiration. And I hope that among the things that you pick from the conference and from the interactions that you have here, it includes inspiration. Being inspired by something that someone said to you, by an idea that you picked through connecting the dots. You know, Caroline was saying, why are we not doing that? You know, when she saw some of the ideas. Supporting the Inspire Me conference, among other initiatives, is Absa's effort to drive this forward. The two-day forum is aimed at facilitating stakeholder engagement, discussions, to address the business challenges and the problems that exist in the world, but also to identify opportunities as well. When we were in the room before we came here, His Excellency was telling me about problems, and he was saying every problem that you encounter is an opportunity. And that's how business works. So I hope, in addition to sharing those inspirational stories, we can look at those problems that we need to solve as a business and work on it together. And hopefully, these discussions will generate ideas that can be executed, that can be commercialized, and as a bank, we'll be happy to be part of that journey. Let me at this juncture appreciate the government of Kenya for all the efforts that it continues to put in this important endeavor, and particularly your presence, Madam Chief Guest, with us since morning, and deploying your time here today. And I know you've attended a number of other events as well. I really would like to appreciate you and thank the government for everything that you continue to do. I know that tomorrow the Minister for Trade, CS Rebecca Miano, will be here as well. I was with her a few weeks ago at a similar event in the University of Nairobi that Absa sponsored, called the Innovation Week, and she's playing a very big role as well. So we recognize your participation, and we thank the government for the support. You know, as I was reading up, my team, as they always do, gave me a lot of data, a lot of information, prepare myself for this session. And I saw some statistic there that I rebelled against. You know, it's about the state of affairs, how difficult it is. There was a particular statistic about if we continue at the current pace, it will take X years to achieve gender parity. And I don't even want to say what that X is. And I said, you know, who said that we need to continue at the current pace? Is there anyone here who wants to continue at the current pace? No one wants to continue at the current pace. And I think for me, the world needs to undergo a big systemic change in the way that we deal with gender issues, in the way that we carry on the gender conversation. I think we should move away from the statistics, the academic conversations, the nice theoretical concepts, to action, execution, and sharing of success stories that will inspire not just the people in this room, but inspire other women and inspire the world. That is what I believe as a person. And I hope that this conference will do a small part in taking that journey forward. The theme of this conference, which is empowering your story for growth, underscores the importance of this dialogue at this pivotal time for our country, for the continent, and for the world. Fostering inclusivity will unlock the full potential of women enterprises in the continent and the world. Now, here is a statistic I did not rebel against. So I took this on board from everything that my team prepared for me. And it says that this is from a McKinsey report that was done a few years ago. If women were to fully participate in the global economy, and I think it goes back to the comments the CEO for AGF made earlier, potentially there could be an upside of 12 to 28 trillion additional value in the global GDP. Now that's a big opportunity. That's something we should all be working to unlock and, you know, to execute. At Absa, we recognize the importance of this opportunity. And we've done a lot of work in the area of women empowerment, both as an organization and within our own strategy as a group. But I think we have a number of people within the team that are really passionate. And I must mention and single out Elizabeth Wasuna, our business banking director, who was speaking earlier, as a champion in this space that has been recognized, awarded in different places, and continues to drive the Absa agenda. There are also a few other directors from our bank. I saw earlier Stella Mambo, who is our director, Global Markets. Stella is there. And we have a few brave men. We have the corporate banking director, James, again. I think James is around. And I also saw Julius Kamau, who is the COO and head of digital, one of the brave men as well. To this end, distinguished guests, Absa continues to focus and to work on a number of areas. First of all, internally within our group, we take gender parity and gender equality seriously. That 50-50 that you spoke about, our total staff complement in Absa has achieved 50-50, 50% women. We continue to work on the senior leadership. We don't have 50-50 there, but we have 40%, which we think is decent, and we continue to work hard on that as well. We also do partnerships, and I think Elizabeth read the list of our partners who are here today. I want to particularly mention ITC, the Africa Guarantee Fund, and a number of others. I met Visa representative, Microsoft, and other partners that we work with. Because at the end of the day, this agenda is so big, so strategic, so important, that no one organization can do it alone. It's all of us together and working with government as well that can drive the agenda forward. About a week or two ago, I was privileged to be on the private sector delegation that accompanied President Ruto to the United States. And again, a lot of interest, especially on matters of gender. And we met people from the IFC, the World Bank, and others who are ready to provide funding, to provide guarantee support like what the AGF does. And in many ways, the ball is in our court as a financial sector, as well as all the women-led businesses that are represented in this room. I think there are real opportunities to be executed, and I hope that we can all work together to deliver that. As I come closer to the end of my brief remarks, there is a quote that I saw, and I almost rebelled against it because it's a quotation from a gentleman. I think I'll have to do one with a woman quote so that we respect the moment. But there was a very important quote from a former Secretary General of the United Nations, Ban Ki-moon, where he said that the empowerment of women and girls worldwide should be a key priority for all of us. I then went, and before I invite Madam, I'll see whether I can find that other quote. I went online and I was checking who else I can quote. And I found many women leaders, Michelle Obama, Maya Angelou, and many others. But the one that really struck me is by a country music legend, a lady called Dolly Parton. You know, when I was growing up, my father was a soldier, and one of his very good friends used to have a lot of records, country music records. But the quote that she said is that if your actions inspire learning and action by even one other person, then you are a great leader. So I hope everybody here seeks inspiration, but also hopefully inspires one other person at the minimum. So welcome everybody. It's good to have all of you from the continent. I had also some of the UK chambers that were mentioned, Yorkshire, Birmingham, and those other cities. If it was the middle of the winter, I would have told them welcome to this very warm weather. But I know they are also enjoying some good summer weather at present. So with those few remarks, ladies and gentlemen, it's now my humble pleasure to welcome our chief guest for today, Honorable Harriet Chigai. Welcome, and please address us. Thank you very much.
You know, I've noticed my claps were not full. I don't know whether it's because Carol was not here to remind you that it's very encouraging that you continue clapping. Good morning, Africa. Don't look happy. Good morning. Oh, it's afternoon. That's how it feels. It means we've actually gained quite a bit from the discussions that have been going on. Good afternoon, Africa. Good afternoon once again. I will give an executive order that for as long as I'm up here, you must smile all through. I have also taken note that where women are gathered, there is warmth, isn't it? And that warmth must always resonate everywhere we go. The other thing I need to say is that for sure, I feel inspired. Why do I say that? The men in the room that control the money have actually said we should not leave them behind. So let's clap for them. And I'll also dictate that you need to clap again, because when they were making those promises, me being a lawyer, I was striking the deal. I was telling myself, something must give. So, the men in the room who control the dollars, and the women in the room who also control the dollars, my humble request is, as we leave, we must be thinking of the interest rates and how we are going to lower those interest rates so that these women and their businesses must thrive. CEO Abdi Mohammed, Absa PLC, let me say I am truly humbled with the kind of work that you're doing with your team, and specifically for ensuring that this conference happens and you're here in person. I think that is truly humbling, getting to understand your work. And you know, guys, when we talk about banks, they always think about profits, is it? His time is money. We have shared his profits today. Jules Ngakam, my good friend, ever since we met, and I think our paths are now aligned. I am happy to see you here today and the work that you're doing with the women. Phyllis Mwangi, she trades, coordinator of East Africa, ITC. Elizabeth Wasuna, my good friend and sister. Again, I think our paths are aligned. Allow me also to recognize a very special person in the room, Nancy. This lady walks the journey of women. Ever since I met her, I would tell her, these are my targets. Can we make it? And she said, you'll make it. She's the one who dragged me to Absa Bank. And ever since we met with this team from Absa Bank, I am very inspired. Again, I'm also inspired by the huge number of women, even the young women who have turned up today for this conference. I was worried that the room will be empty, but again, it's full. And the numbers online, I'm told, are bursting. So congratulations, ladies and gentlemen, for finding time to come and speak about money. But even as we speak about money, ensure you get some. I am also inspired by the men in the room. Let's clap for them. I can assure you we will not leave you behind. We, the women, have an agenda. And remember, everywhere where women are, they talk about their children. And when we talk about children, it's both male and female. So women can never leave their men behind. You should clap for women. To the rest of Africa, welcome to Nairobi. This is the cradle of mankind. Welcome to Kenya. This is home. For those of you who feel like this is not home, this is actually your home. If you trace your ancestors, you'll find them somewhere around here. Find time and enjoy your country, your home, while at it, enjoy the hospitality of Kenyans. It is natural. Let me begin by quoting one of the Africa's most powerful women sitting at the helm of the World Trade Organization, Dr. Ngozi, who said, investing in women is smart economics And investing in girls, catching them upstream, is even smarter economics. Allow me to congratulate Absa for the good work they have put towards convening an extraordinary conference that has attracted participants from across 10 African countries. That is no mean feat. Congratulations to all of you who are present today. You're smart. We are gathered here because Africa is on the rise, with women at the forefront of this exciting journey. We are gathered here because we know without a shadow of doubt that investing in women is indeed smart economics. Women, young and old, are leading the charge in micro, small, and medium enterprises, demonstrating exceptional resilience and innovation. These women are the CEOs, the founders, and the architects of thriving MSMEs that are shaping the continent's economic landscape. MSMEs in Africa are the best equipped to resolve some of the continent's most pressing challenges. The statistics shown globally, allow me to read them because we need to get the shocker. World Economic Forum estimates that the global workforce will increase by a staggering 910 million people between 2010 and 2050, of which 830 will be in Africa. Where are the women in the 830 million? How do we ensure that we not only find the women in this data, but invest in them? According to Kamunge and Jeru, MSMEs in Africa reflect almost 50% of the GDP. For instance, MSMEs account for 70% of industrial jobs in Nigeria, 70% of all workers in Ghana, and 40% of the GDP in Kenya. How do we then accelerate women-led MSMEs in this bracket? Should we continue accelerating or should we take a run? The World Bank estimates that small businesses represents 90% of businesses in Africa. It is safe, therefore, to say that MSMEs form the backbone of Africa economics. These enterprises represent a diverse range of businesses operating in various sectors, from agriculture and manufacturing to services and technology. I note that most of you today are women in agribusiness, textile apparels, and handicrafts, homemade decor, manufacturing, trade, hospitality, technology, and other service sectors. It is interesting to note that Botswana leads, followed by Uganda and Ghana, as the countries with the most women business owners globally. Where is the rest of Africa? You can clap. We need to accelerate change towards economic empowerment and investment for countries lagging behind. As a country, we recognize that MSMEs employ approximately 14.9 million in various sectors of the economy. This is why the government is fully engaged in implementing the bottom-up economic transformation agenda plan that will see us accelerate economic growth and catch up with the rest of the world. MSMEs provide women with the flexibility and creative outlet as opposed to large corporations. At the same time, they give women the flexibility to engage in care work. Now we all know why. MSMEs supply and anchor big retail businesses with products, services, and markets. This is due to the jobs they create in rural and urban areas. We cannot emphasize more the fact that MSMEs provide economic activities that would otherwise not be available to many. Where do we go from here, smart ladies and gentlemen? As part of the solutions, we should move out of our comfort zones and engage entrepreneurs at all age spectrums, young women and older women alike. There has to be a balance in the financing and investment model across board. We recognize the crucial role of public and private sector partnerships in driving impactful change for the benefit of women in Africa. These two sectors can foster an environment where women entrepreneurs thrive, contribute significantly to economic growth and social progress. Despite the promising statistics, the African private sector and especially startups still face many obstacles. Despite their immense potential, statistics indicate that 80% of businesses under the micro, small, and medium enterprises in Africa fail within the first 5 years of their existence. Why does this happen? This is largely due to deficient capital investment in the small businesses. The main challenge surrounding capital is inability to borrow funds. This is due to difficulties in obtaining medium and long-term finance on affordable terms and heavy interest rates. Other inhibitive challenges for MSMEs in Africa include severe skills shortage that is mismatched between employers' needs and available workers, particularly those just out of school. That is the young generation. Lack of market linkages and trade restrictions, tariff and non-tariff barriers to African exports, regulatory barriers where we have restrictive policies, poor infrastructure, particularly in power and transport sector, a large informal sector due to complex legal obligations. These barriers make it difficult for MSMEs to operate efficiently and limit their growth potential. This means women will be limited to make a significant contribution to social, economic, and sustainable development. Therefore, this hinders women to thrive and reach their full potential. Furthermore, despite the significant role that women play, the SMEs plays in the development African economies, they have yet to be fully integrated into the regional value chain system and in turn the continental trading system. The lack of full integration, trading blocks and systems limits the ability of SMEs to grow and scale their businesses. It ensures they often remain small businesses and informal in their operations. This leaves them vulnerable to various shocks that lead to a short-term business lifespan. What do we then need to do to ensure stability and sustainable growth on MSMEs within the sector and that which holds the engine of the economies of Africa? Despite the gloom, there is hope. We all know that the Africa Continental Free Trade Area seeks to reduce or eliminate the tariffs and non-tariff trade barriers. What do we then need to ensure and catalyze the stability and sustained growth within the sector that holds the engine, the economics of Africa? One, we need to lower import costs and increase competitiveness within the MSMEs. This could result in lower production costs and lower consumer prices, stimulating demand and even more. The African Union's Small and Medium Enterprises Strategy and Master Plan provides guidelines for promoting intra-regional and intra-African trade by integrating African MSMEs into regional and global value chains. This is yet to be fully realized. Cognizant of the fact that women should be afforded opportunities, the AU Assembly of Heads of State and Government convened in 2020 as part of its resolutions declared the years 2020 to 2030 as the decade of financial and economic inclusion for African women. You can clap. One of the main objectives of this new African Women Decade is the development of market access by enhancing new credit solutions for women, generating access to infrastructure in downstream processing and distribution, as well as training them in grow industrial technology. For these goals to be realized, African states are required to put in place policies and targeted complementary measures and programs such as entrepreneurship, business management, technology training, financial literacy, financial planning, investment, and capacity building. A lot remains to be done by individual states. Kenyan government, through its Better Plan, aims to create jobs by reducing poverty, by focusing on the informal sector and MSMEs. Given the huge number of women in the sector, the government recognizes the need to economically empower them to faster achieve national development goals. The government is also cognizant of the fact that this piped dream can work if we all work together. Hence, the partnership between my office and private sector and Absa Bank leading. You can clap. My office was put in place to accelerate closing of the gender gap, and it is mandate my team and I are very passionate to achieve. We have formulated policies and created solutions and initiatives that support the financial inclusion for the disadvantaged groups, such as women, to contribute to national development. Despite all this progress and reforms, the potential of African private sector has not yet been fully unleashed to contribute to job creation and economic transformation as envisaged in the AU Agenda 2063. For too long, the narrative around Africa business has not fully reflected the incredible contributions of women, but the narrative is now changing. You, the women leading SMEs across the continent, are rewriting the story. You're proving that success is not defined by gender, but by passion, determination, and the ability to turn ideas into thriving enterprises. This charge must be scaled up by ensuring there's access to finance and financial literacy and investment training. Emphasis should be on women-led MSMEs by supporting them to overcome the constraints of accessing finance, as well as market information and networks. I'm happy to note that Absa Inspire Me conference is very much aligned to this objective. You can clap for Absa. Thus, more investments must be enabled in the African SME space. Smart investments can help tilt this balance in favor of positive and sufficient net job creation and contribute to solving one of Africa's greatest socio-economic challenges. This two-day Absa Inspire Me conference is a testament of that charge and the change that we all aspire. I want to believe it is a space for each and every one of us to connect, share experiences, and develop the tools and knowledge to take our businesses to even greater heights, but it is also a call to action as a community to dismantle the barriers that still stand in the way of women's entrepreneurial success. Here in Africa, we have a unique opportunity. We are a youthful continent, brimming with the potential of reaping from the demographic dividend. And at the heart of that potential lies the untapped power of our women and youth. By investing in women-led businesses, by fostering an environment that supports their growth, we are not just empowering individuals, we are empowering the entire community. Empowering women economically is not just a matter of fairness. It is a pathway to sustainable development and prosperity of the entire continent. We African women rise. They bring their communities, nations, and the entire continent with them, unlocking unprecedented potential for innovation, resilience, and growth. In conclusion, I know you're wondering when I was going to stop. The journey to a stronger, more resilient Africa will not be without its challenges, but with the talent, tenacity, and collective power of women in this conference and our stakeholders. I have no doubt that we can achieve it, because when women lead, businesses thrive, communities prosper, and legacies are built. So let this conference be a launchpad. Let it be the spark that ignites a fire of innovation, investment, and leadership across this continent. You have made a smart move by being here. Women economic empowerment and investment is the solution in making the run towards bridging the myriad of economic challenges that increase the gender gaps. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're always trying to be normal, you'll not know, or you'll never know how amazing you can be. You must cause disruption. Let us rewrite the narrative, not just of Africa businesses, but of Africa's sustainable future where no one is left behind. Allow me then to declare the Absa Inspire Me Conference 2024 open. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm going to hold you there for a minute because you can't declare this open and then we don't take a picture. Okay? So, once again, a round of applause before she asks.
I must also tell you, we've listened to this lady for a long time, Carol.
Thank you.
So finally we share a podium.
Thank you. Thank you ever so much. I will ask you to move here. My cameras, tell me whether you're okay with the center of the stage. I don't want to move the platform. I probably 5. Can I do the center? Please. You are the center of my picture. You are the center of my picture. And joining you for this, don't take my podium away, I need it. Thank you. I would like the MD and CEO of Absa to join me on stage, please. I'd like His Excellency Asare to join me as well for this picture, very important. ITC, Michelle Christie, to join me on stage for this picture. This gentleman will tell me where to go. I need Elizabeth Wasuna, and I definitely need Jules Gakam for this picture. Fantastic. Looking good. Yes. All right. That's a good one. Let me get the other 3 in. Wapigeni makofi. Thank you. There you go. All right. This conference is officially open. This is the picture that says it all. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. And I will ask each and every one of you to stay for 25 minutes for our next panel discussion. It's very hot and very important. And I'll be saying very many difficult things. If you could just lead them off stage. Ladies, gentlemen, I'm going to try and make sure that we go to lunch in the next 25 to 30 minutes. I know, a miracle. However, we need to have a conversation about the digital divide and the digital gap. And the reason we need to have that conversation is that as women, when it comes to whether or not we want our business to be equipped digitally, we're like, I don't like those things. When it comes to you buying the most powerful phone you can get, you're like, I won't know how to use it. My teenager might own it. When we look at your laptop, the one you run your business from, chances are, not only is it about 7 years old, it's slow. It's slow, and when we ask you to upgrade it, you're like, but everything I need is here. What you're saying is everything you're used to is here. When we want to talk about digital assets and getting the software to ensure that you can be an entrepreneur and not self-employed, you do know there's a difference. Allow me to tell you the difference. If you cannot leave your business and close the door, if you have to go on holiday and you post a sign, we shall be back, you're self-employed. You don't run a business, you don't have systems. And the concern here is, it's digital, it's a digital divide. In my world, I believe that technology and business and the business opportunity that technology brings us are too important to be left to men. Therefore, I'm going to ask for 2 things. The first thing is I'm going to ask my panelists to get ready, because when I get you on this stage, you are going to tell us a few difficult truths where you have to. You're going to leave us thinking as we're chewing on lunch, and you're going to make us change the way we see how we transact with technology. The second thing is I'm going to invite my speaker, and our guest speaker in this conversation about the digital divide is Catherine Moraga. Catherine is a Managing Director, Microsoft Africa Development. Didn't I say technology is too important to be left to men? So give my speaker a round of applause, after which she will be joining me to have a conversation about women, business, and technology. Catherine, all yours. And thank you for reminding me where we met. It's a terrible, terrible story. Please don't repeat it.
Wow. Thank you so much, Caroline. And allow me to stand on the existing protocol in the interest of time. I know I had a few slides. I don't know if they'll be queued. I'll just kick off as I know we have very limited time. My name is Catherine Muraga, as mentioned, and I lead arguably the largest software engineering company in Africa. Thank you. I thought to mention that because this morning I came in early, and I must confess, I know the gentleman left. I am one of those ladies who walked right past him, hugged Elizabeth, and I did not shake his hand. So please pass my regards after this. At the Africa Development Center, we develop software for the world. So this is Kenya, Africans to the globe. And we develop some of your favorite Microsoft products. Is there anyone here who is not a Microsoft customer? Yeah, I thought so. But more importantly, going back to the topic that I was given, how do we bridge the digital gap? A couple of things that we do at Microsoft. It starts with our mission. Microsoft's mission statement is empower every person, every organization to achieve more. Right here in Kenya at Africa Development Center, we're doing 3 things. We've chosen to partner with the world of academia, and I'm sharing this story to inspire. The previous panels in the morning emphasized a lot on the importance of people. Patricia, I'm reflecting on your panel. You talked a lot about people, competency, character. When Microsoft Africa Development Center set up shop here 5 years ago, it employed a very big percentage